everybody. Goodness, we got a little testy in there tonight, didn't we? Hey, Linda, Marilyn, Kathy, Black Watch, Dorinda, Gigi, Shane. So you're still not feeling good, Gigi? I'm sorry. You and Anna Marie. Well, I don't know if y'all watched LWN, but that was pretty. Ugh. Need some prayers up in here. So how'd y'all's day go? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll call you back, Jeremy. Hey, Robert, good to see you. Hello, Shane.
Hello, darling.
How are you?
I don't know. No one's told me and I ain't listening.
Mm,
I'm not going to stay on long. I just want to jump on for a little bit. So,
I understand. I'm too boring.
oh, no. No, it's not you're boring. Trust me. I just been, after what I went to 2 nights ago, yeah, I just can't. Boy, I've just been wore out.
So, because of something you did, or something you ate, or something going around?
Uh, wasn't something I ate, but we'll just say it was a combination of some stupidity. And I will never do it again.
Okay.
Never, never, never. I tried something from Canada and that did not work out so well for me.
Yep.
That it had me so beat up. I had to go lay down for about 20 minutes. I got up and I haven't got sick, you know, out my mouth in 25 years. And I'm going to tell you what, I poltergeisted 5 times.
Goodness.
And I was like, nope. And I went and laid back down and I was done.
Yep.
Hang on.
Guess he's getting his talking to. Yeah. Excuse me, y'all. Sorry about that. Well, after watching Mike's show, I guess I'm kind of glad I smoke. Crazy stuff. And everyone keeps saying we got to stand up. Well, how do we do that? Stand up against what? What are we going to do?
Sorry about that. I had to take a call.
Hi, Dorinda. How are you?
Hello.
Hey there.
Hey. So you're feeling a little better, but you're still worn out.
I am one wore out pup. And tomorrow we've got a gentleman coming to town that's
Oh,
uh,
yeah. Bruce was telling us about that.
hi.
Bruce was telling us about that.
Yes. He called me and he's wanting to come down and me and him go to it. And
Yep. He hung up on you, Black Watch. Hey, at least you get a phone call.
I never hung up on the phone. But anyway, no, I was talking with him and he's wanting to come down and if his health can allow it and I'm not in a bad mood and don't want to rip somebody in pieces, and he decided he want to see if I'd go with him to it because it's supposed to be a pretty good speaker, and I broke out I got a brand new tripod for a phone, so we ought to record it and do it live. And I was talking to Mike, and he says, "Yeah, send it to me. We'll do it live." But after tonight with what Mike put out, we may not be able to go live on number two again.
Right.
I don't know. We'll see.
Hey, Garrett.
I'm hoping he pulled it down because, man, as soon as it was done, it didn't even play the end credits. It was just gone.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, wow, did he do that or somebody else?
He sounded like he did it. He was in pretty big hurry to get it off and
Yeah, he
probably
was
move.
working that out. And I want to tell you that the old Stu Peters, I've watched him two or three times and always been impressed with him.
Yeah.
He is.
Everyone kept talking about that video last night, and Shift Kicker dropped the link for me. So I saved it, but I hadn't watched it because of the comments I was seeing on it and how people were like really freaking out.
Oh,
It did.
he's.
There it was. And I said, oh.
I'm
So
gonna
now
tell
I'll
you,
just freak out with everything.
it's the same thing I've been saying for a year, and finally they get somebody on it. It's a doctor that says it. So, now it's okay. But when some old dumb redneck says it, it's not okay. I've been saying this crap for a year.
That it's been snake venom.
Yes.
I haven't heard you say that. Okay.
Oh, go back and listen to mine. I,
Excuse
I've
me.
said it and said it and said it.
So now I have a cajillion questions again. And they were asking them in there. And so I started watching the Afterglow, which is why I was late, getting yelled at.
The
But
afterglow. I didn't even know there was an afterglow.
yes, with John and his brother,
John
and
Estabrook and his brother.
yeah, and Tammy. And
I Yeah, and see, I didn't catch that, and I didn't know it was coming on. I heard something about it, and I never got a notification, so I never even watched it. Yes, Linda Clay, we're all conspiracy theorists, and
yep,
the bad thing is we become conspiracy therapists once it all turns out after 6 months that we was all right.
We're truth tellers.
That's it. That's the difference.
Hello, Robert.
Hey, Trina. Hi, Bonnie. Okay.
Robert.
Z man.
Hey, I was come up for about 15 minutes or so. I'm tired today.
Yes.
Uh, I was going to tell you what happened with the show today.
Okay, great. Because I didn't get to see it.
Me either.
Um, well, I got Chuck came up early, and then Canadian Patriot helped me out, and then Ned came up because Nikki had a daughter softball game today, their first game and stuff. So, um, I got the thing set for the subs only for 7 days, and then um, I found that same guy came up from other things. Do I want? Can I put that person in private chat to tell you or not? About I found out who that was.
I'm sorry, Robert. I was reading something.
Uh,
But
about that same troll that came up the night before. He came up again today and 8 times.
oh, oh wow.
And
Put it in a private chat.
okay, ship ship kicker and all them told me to talk to someone after the show to tell the name, and I talked to somebody that
Damn it.
I can't. I was shocked, and I'm not sure if you know her or not, but I'll put it in private.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Jason, please go into the chat and visit with the chat. Keep your eyes peeled for it. Y'all see that?
Hmm.
Oh,
Ability
me.
dog.
You know, with all the crap that's going on, and then we're having to worry about who's coming in and for what purpose and who wants to cause, you know, and then you create a video and you have fun on it and it's a really good video and then somebody has to go into the public comments and start in there and it's like eh, but I have thick skin and y'all aren't gonna stop me. Dadgummit.
And your show last night, Bonnie, was fabulous.
Well, thank you.
I went back and watched it,
I
and I was
deplore.
like, 5 hours? Holy crap!
I think it was 5.5.
Yes.
Hey, deplorable. I know. I was shocked that I was up that late, and I was like, okay, rescue's on. Everybody move over. And so they went over there, and but it was good. It was good conversation all the way around.
Yes, it
D
was.
Dog was had so much information, and
Hey, Kathy, T, K, Linda,
I
Portable
really
Chicken.
I really like the questions that Von Erich asks. He's
And
and he's
his
got
laugh. Oh my God.
yes,
Blackwatch.
and he's got some good answers too. He's a good person. Uh,
Yeah. So we had a good show. There was only one, that same one that came up, and other than that, it was perfect. So
good.
the subs help. Only subs only.
I have not. I went all through StreamYard and YouTube trying to figure out how to do that today, and I couldn't find it anywhere.
It might be customized or managed. I think you push. I think.
in YouTube on my channel.
In
Is
the YouTube.
oh, okay. I didn't.
Robert, you might have to put like an age limit on your videos if you don't want younger people on your channel.
No, I'm saying that's I don't know how she's getting in because it says only I do. I don't know how she's getting in and
Uh,
everything.
I did set that on mine because I know at the beginning it would ask me if this is age appropriate. Well, to put my um, cowboy hat with my name on it, my little logo thing, whatever, to show that I'm going live, uh, you have to put 18 and over
Yeah,
to
that's what
use
I.
that
I don't
feature.
know how she's getting in.
Yeah, and then
Shane, do you know why? How she gets it, Shane?
he's on the phone and he can't
Oh,
talk.
so
Uh,
I'm doing it by the book. I said I got it marked. Chuck saw it too. He saw I got 18 over and subs only, and I don't know how she gets in.
yeah, and so when I went to YouTube and was looking for that other, I did see the three options for the age, and I went ahead and put adult content only. So hopefully, checking that box,
Oh, can
I
you
won't.
respond to Kathy? We're talking about somebody else. She said I was 8 or I'm 50, so
Yeah, no, shit.
Kathy.
We know it's okay. She,
So,
I'm sure she's just playing with you.
okay. But yeah, I'll eh, just
Hello, Miss Blue Moon.
Hey, Miss.
she's keep bugging me to come up on the panel. I said, no, you're not coming up till you're 18. I don't know how you're getting in chat.
I have no idea who you're talking about. Huh?
I think you don't
Is
know
it
who.
She sometimes goes up on Jeff Riddles.
okay? I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that helps. Yeah, that helps you.
I think that's where I've seen her.
Yep. And I don't know
That's
how
the only
come.
place I've seen her.
Yeah,
Doesn't YouTube look at that when they look at the age and everything? It's like how can they how can they get them off? I don't know how she gets in.
Robert. It's like everything else on Facebook or anything. You can put your age at whatever. You know, they ask you what year you're born.
Hmm.
What's to stop you from telling the truth?
As long as I don't put her up on panel, right? Saying,
Yeah. Um, that's what some of those weird ones that I had. I don't know if you ever saw it, Robert, but I had a eagle head come up, and I think a couple other people did too. But this eagle head, the background looked weird. The eagle head was not an icon like ours. It was a head, and when he would talk, the mouth and eyes would move, and it was pretty creepy. And um, one of them that had come up like that had told me that they were on a gaming site, and this channel was recommended. And I don't see how that could be possible, but
I
we
don't know,
just,
Bonnie.
You never know. CBC might have recommended you on his gaming channel.
well, thank you for
Oh,
that shout out, CBC. No,
Bonnie,
yes.
can you address to that jerk again? I know about Faith. He's mentioned me in the private chat.
Oh, okay, well,
Did you see that?
no, I'm not looking at private chat.
He's typing my name about Faith. 17. She's a nice girl.
Robert, just ignore it, hon. Just don't even look at it. Go to
Okay.
the comments and read just the regular comments. Jason, I've
Okay.
asked you to participate in the chat so I can get to know you and see how you respond. And I would appreciate it if you just keep doing that, hon. No offense against you. I'm not bullying you. I'm just asking you to participate in chat. Um, and that's another thing is uh, I've decided because of those things happening with the gaming sites and the Eagle and now the whole bombardment of everything that if somebody comes backstage, if it's not somebody that um, has something to contribute to the panel, I'm gonna be more selective. I'm not gonna just because some people will come in and just hit the link and try to come straight up on panel,
Yeah.
and so I'm putting a stop to that so that we don't have any um, naked men running down halls or anything like that. Gigi, I bet she goes back and watches that video every day.
Yeah. Yeah, Bonnie. Yeah, that's a good idea. Like I said, if they're not going to participate,
Yeah, and yep, and it is. It's sad because you can't run black watch.
so I got some information for you.
Good,
Did you hear Lynn tonight?
Lynn. Nope,
Linwick?
nope.
Oh, I thought you go. Oh, that's the one I got my hats, and she she's good, but tonight she was getting attacked tonight. It was so sad. I was typing in the chat saying, "Please, trolls, leave, respect her. She not doing nothing wrong, and everything." And so we had to wait about 5 minutes so she got all the trolls out. Then we finally got into the intel and saying that she got the paperwork saying that 2019, I guess JFK got sworn in already. So he's been working behind the scenes
Well,
and
uh,
everything.
I had seen a video. Think who put it up? Nicole D double D.
Mhm.
I think she put it up, and um, it was helicopter pilot. Hi, Nicole B. Nikki B.
Yeah, hi, Nikki B.
I'm all mixed up. A pilot that had put him on top of George Washington's head on Mount Rushmore, and
Mhm.
who knows? You know, that's um, some people don't believe the videos that are out there.
Yeah.
I'm sure some people can just say whatever they want to.
Mhm.
Um, I saw one from 2005 with BG that was explaining exactly what's going on right now and the reason for it. So, and more of that is showing up as truth. So, we'll wait a while and we'll see if it's truth or not. It's the only thing we can do.
And then
Just,
a few other things I'll tell you what she said.
okay, hon.
Um, that there's a few countries is already watching. the 3-day movie event. So what's happening?
Mm.
So
Let's hope
I,
so.
I think we're after Australia. I think is that where Mark B's from?
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark B's from Australia.
Yeah. So I wonder if he heard from anything. I don't know.
He's been sick the last couple
Oh,
of days, so he's been in bed sleeping.
oh. Um,
Does anybody know Anthony Duncan?
No.
no,
I mean, he's waving at me, but
no,
I don't know who he is. Any of my mods know Anthony Duncan?
I never heard of him.
Did you have clothes on? All I could see was a hand waving. Yep, there's clothes.
Don't do it, says Gigi. Remove, says Gigi.
Yeah,
Everybody in chat
if you
say
don't know,
no.
yeah,
Everyone's saying no,
yeah, don't do it,
Kick
Bonnie.
them out,
but I
says
can't
Victor.
read your shirt either. His shirt says something, and he keeps showing me what it says.
Finding Kino says haven't heard of him.
One, here's the thing. Have him stick around and chat a little bit, and once we get to know him, then we can bring him up. But I mean, if we've
Anthony,
never heard of
yes,
him, why in the
Yeah,
hell can we can't
that's true. Yeah, Shane, you're right. Yeah,
you're
you
right.
can't
Just like
you can't yeah. You got to know him a little bit because and I'm sure there's some good people out there that want to come on and visit. Don't
right,
get me wrong, but
mhm,
there's got to be some vetting somewhere,
yes,
and it's hard to vet when you put your channel out there and they can just pop on, and then we get all this porno crap and or all these things you probably don't want to be around. So yeah, I'm not saying this is a bad dude or anything like that. It's just like
no,
just be
that's
very
And
cautious.
yeah. It was like Bonnie.
Gigi, I've been watching chat. I never seen that name in chat.
Um, how I how I started, like for a long time I was with Jeff Riddle, and all of a sudden they said I'm good enough to make my own channel, so
yeah.
and everything. So
Anthony, do you mind communicating with my chat so that we can get to know you before I let you up on panel? It is nothing personal. It's just there's been a lot of problems throughout the community, and we'd just like to get to know you.
Mike was telling me today that
Sorry about that.
we've had he was getting bombarded again
oh really?
with a bunch of people he didn't know, and
Yeah.
he just won't do it. He won't even let him up anymore. They Mike's almost quit taking call-ins. He won't put his stuff up because there's
Yeah.
just too many issues right now and too many people trying to start crap. Now, I'm not saying that everybody's going to stir crap. I'm just saying that please be
Respect,
respectful.
respectful.
Yeah, and just let us know who you are a little bit because I mean, Mike I just got a phone with Mike and he was like, man, make sure Bonnie
Shane,
knows because
Shane,
we've been beat up.
remember when I first got on there? I was kind of nervous.
Yeah.
No, you got beat up pretty good. You got
So
beat up pretty good.
why is everybody thinking that they're blocked in my chat?
Probably because they're not getting a response when they say something.
Well, you even said, are we all blocked?
Well, I said
Kathy,
that because you usually send me a link 30
Mhm.
minutes before the show and you didn't send it to me. So I thought, yep, we're all blocked. We're all in trouble.
I didn't send any links. I was
She's she's scolding us all.
no, I
um,
was late.
Kathy Grant. I was in chat earlier, and I saw that other person you're talking about, but I never kicked anybody.
So, Bonnie,
Oh,
the
from
other
another stream. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said I kicked somebody out. I apologize, Kathy. I misread it.
And deplorable, I love you. You know it.
um the other
I'm sorry,
intel,
there's no naked men.
Yeah, there was a different name in chat earlier tonight, but I didn't know who it was. But I said hello, and he didn't respond, and then he disappeared.
Okay,
the
sorry, Robert.
Lynn was saying about the Pentagon that there's about 150 military people there and
Hmm.
everything.
Is that unusual?
Yep.
Um,
Somebody said there was a big meeting there yesterday. I'm not sure. I don't have any facts. So I'm not. That's all I'm saying. I heard that somewhere on YouTube today. Hey,
Hey,
Chuck.
Chuck. You know,
Deplorable,
Chuck.
deplorable chicken. I'm gonna have to answer this real quick. Yeah, I jumped on here, and then the next thing I know, my phone starts blowing up. So I had to jump off a time or two, and one was my nephew, one was Mike, and I
hey,
will
Chuck.
not deny them calls. Sorry, that's two I will not deny. So yes, I had to get off here for a minute. So I apologize, deplorable chicken, but no, I'm on there. Uh,
And
Anthony Duncan. Hey Shane, I'm from Oklahoma too. Cool. Where at?
Hmm.
she said that we might be going into martial law with the military taking over. So be ready.
They've been saying that
Well,
for months.
we've been hearing that for a
Yeah.
year and a half, two
Yeah.
years, and
Well,
it's one of those deals that it's not even going to be martial law. It's going to be partial martial law,
yeah.
unless Potato Head does it, and then it'll be martial law, and the whole damn country be shut down just
No,
because he's dumb.
that'll be a whole other problem.
But
Yes, that's going to
Shane,
create a problem.
Shane, what didn't Mr. T say though, or how they're saying everything has to happen twice, and then he was also saying Easter. So Easter,
Well, I'm going to tell you, yeah, which Easter? This one or the one
yeah,
10 years from now, 15 years ago?
yeah.
Which one?
Well, I
Yeah,
don't know. I might give up after Sunday if nothing happens on Easter Sunday. So I don't know.
Well,
don't
and
give
here's the
up.
deal. Sorry, go ahead.
Robert, don't give up. I'm
No,
because
they
I've
tell.
been even sitting here thinking, okay, he didn't say last year Easter, maybe it's this year Easter. Just hold on to your hope, and
You
because I
know, like
know that that's what keeps you going and positive, and that's what we need.
it's
Whatever makes you all
frustrating.
feel positive.
It's
It's frustrating
frustrating.
when it doesn't happen. I know.
You know, yeah, our country is like we're it's going crazy with all these immigrants coming in. You know,
I agree.
I got two nephews and a niece that lives in Texas, and that's the worst place for them. And you know,
No, they're safe. I promise you.
you know,
Um, the one in El Paso is like probably 600 miles from anything that's going on.
mm,
Further away than I am. The one that's in Fort Hood is probably about the same amount of miles away from. anything that's going on.
Mhm.
About 400 miles from, but and they're on a military base. That's the
Oh no,
most.
they're off the base, but close to it, about a
Yeah,
half hour. All right.
still they're with other veterans, and
And she's gonna be having her first baby in July, so
yeah, I think they'll be okay.
Check C,
that's why
stay
I'm
safe.
doing this. Oh, sorry to
And Gigi, we're just getting rain so far, but it's supposed to turn to snow and ice later, I think. I don't know.
Man, I don't know why it's always East Texas. Chuck, I'm not moving over that way.
but
He gets hammered pretty regularly with the weather.
so what do you think about that shooting this afternoon? I can't believe that they haven't gotten the shooter yet.
I know it. That was pretty bad. And that's um, my daughter went to the Riverwalk this evening to go on a date, and I was like, "Please be careful." I hate it whenever they go into the cities.
Yep. Happen anytime.
Yes. And she said, "Everywhere I've been, it's never happened." And I said, "Would you go knock on wood, burn your sage, cross your arms, do whatever you have to do to wipe that statement out of your mouth? You never say never."
Yeah. So Bonnie, does she have a phone with her?
Yes.
As long
Oh,
as she
she's
has a phone.
protected. Yes, she's protected. Don't worry.
Which
Hey, Anna
BS are you
Marie,
watching, Chuck?
how are you feeling?
Brenda, what's the bro chicken saying?
Uh,
Poop on the
have you seen
tater head?
where the bird pooped on Taterhead?
No, must have missed that
I
one.
saw
I guess
the
Taterhead got pooped on today. Sorry, did I do that?
No good. That's probably the best thing that's ever happened to him.
mm,
He's probably used to that anyway. He probably enjoys that.
Good
Night,
night,
Nikki
good
Nikki.
B.
night,
Love
Nikki.
you. Glad that Jaden did well tonight. Can't wait to see her play on Monday. We're gonna finally meet Bonnie on Monday.
Meet.
Nikki
Oh,
B.
you and Nikki?
Yeah, her
Cool.
daughter's playing at my mom's high school about 20 minutes away, so everything.
That's right. You were telling us about that last night. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Sounds like Mark Ann Hall's going to be in our school auditorium tomorrow, just 2 blocks away from my house. Uh,
Yep.
yeah, and Bruce from Mead, Wonky Road, he's wanting
Yes.
to come down and take me over there, and
And
so we can go watch
Brooker.
it. And we're going to try to record it, and we may try to do it live tomorrow. We can stream it tonight.
Yep. That would be cool.
Yep. Yeah, he's a constitutional, scholar, and so why he's in Beaver America, I have no clue. That is
Isn't
the
that the
Lord.
one that D-Dog was talking about last night?
I think
Yes.
so.
Well,
That's even what Bruce
Bruce
said.
was. Yeah.
He's in
They were.
Beaver America tomorrow.
Yes,
Jesse
Victor.
Cat.
I see your pickles. Hi,
Um,
Victor.
Shivani, did you buy your ham? Because we got two. Myers had a good deal on hams today. The swirl hams were like $11. We got two of them for Easter.
Oh, cool.
What are you guys doing for Easter?
Um, I have not been included in the plan, so I don't know.
Better start making plans. Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Yeah, um, I'm sure it's something with my granddaughter. But they're in the middle of moving. We've got furniture going out. We've got a U-Haul sitting in the driveway, and then me and the other granddaughter are looking. We're just gonna go ahead and get a travel trailer,
How about truck
and
train will pick you up? Truck train.
then take me where? I'm not getting on any trains.
No, I wonder. It said that someone was moving, put everything in the
Yes, my
train.
yeah.
Hi,
Um,
Lily. Okay.
we're only going in things that we're driving.
So
Well,
did you say your daughter's moving or you're all moving?
Well, we're all moving, but right now my daughter and youngest granddaughter are moving.
Oh, where are they moving to?
An apartment.
Oh, that's going to be sucky. Sorry.
Yes, it is because it's up. Um, we used to have a beer barn, and they built a. It's a 3 bedroom. It's like a house on top of it, and the beer barn closed and sold. And hey, Hawk, good to see you.
they are.
And so anyway, that's where they're moving to, and it's really cheap. And
Mm,
so she was trying to figure out. We were talking today, and um, I think she said her boyfriend said he had bad vibes there, and I said, she started explaining it to me, and I said, when I lived across the street from there, and she said, well, it's about a block down across the street, and I said, well, yes, but it's right beside the cemetery, and I had some issues at the house I lived in across the street from the cemetery.
well, I'll tell her
So
to sage the apartment.
that's what she's doing. And then he wants to have a person come in and cleanse it. And
Oh,
they're real,
okay.
they're real into all that. That they would, Gigi would fit right in.
Hello, Hawk.
Yeah, well,
Well,
me and Gigi are going to have a talk tomorrow. Me and her are going to have a talk tomorrow.
She's not feeling well.
Yeah,
all right.
well, I wasn't either 2 days ago.
Well, at least I gave you some intel tonight, so I don't know. See how it goes.
I appreciate it,
Uh,
Robert.
yeah, but saying that subs only helps a lot. So I hope you
Oh,
Is Hawk
find it.
absolutely. Absolutely.
is Hawk a mod?
What's that?
I don't. I was
Hawk?
wondering if Hawk is a mod because
Oh,
I wanted to know if there's going to be a playathon this weekend. I mean, I'm sure there is somehow,
I,
some way.
I can't tell. Like I said, my second screen, my HDMI cable port went to shit on me. So I ain't got my second screen. I ain't got my TV turned on. So I can't tell. All I can see is just what shows up in the comments.
oh, Jody Cherry just came up. I'm Lee. Nice to see everybody in chat. Love you all, and thanks, Bonnie, for coming up, and Shane, Brenda. See you
Thank you,
Okay.
tomorrow.
Robert. You have a
Thank
good
you,
night.
Robert.
Yeah,
You have a good
see
night.
you guys tomorrow sometime, somewhere around. Take it easy, everybody. All right, bye.
It doesn't look like Hawk is a mod, Bonnie.
Oh, I gotta fix that.
I thought you fixed it last time, but hey.
I did too.
Well, he may have changed 2 or 3 times since then. 'Cause I thought he got taken
Oh
down.
yeah, he's on
Since,
15. He's not on the other one tonight.
yeah. So yeah, you get a mod
15.
every one of them.
Yeah, he's on 15. Hawks Mustard Seeds 15. Oh
That's what
god.
it is.
Yeah, that was on 13. He says, yeah.
Yeah.
And okay, let me see if I can find the link for that.
I love your stamina, Hawk. Just keep plugging along.
I know it. He just
It gives us all I'm trying to think of the right word. I can't. My brain just farted. Yeah, that's about it. The word was there and then it disappeared and I have no idea what it was.
the information and the fellowship and the community coming together. It's church. Yep, this is your battlefield. I'm not sure I have 15. What? What?
It's called testicular fortitude. Sorry, I thought it was funny.
There you go.
Well,
See, I wouldn't subscribe
he's
to
not
it.
he's not incorrect. He is actually spot on.
Okay.
Marathon will be on the 14th. So that's Thursday.
Oh,
And well, it's in 2 days, yeah, so that's Thursday.
but I
This,
dropped this link for daily and then 14 for the pray-a-thon.
yeah,
Got
we got
big fortitude.
we got
Oh,
couch
thank you.
we got Cowchip
Okay.
this coming weekend. So
10 of
and
14.
if people don't know what that is, that's a big to do here in Beaver America. Like I said, we've had Newsweek's covered us in 1996. We got people from Italy that shows up. We
Wow. Italy? Okay, Shane disappeared. Probably muted himself. Well, dadgummit. 12, 13. There's 14. Okay. I bet Kino's beat me to it because I'm slow. Yep.
We got 15 in
Finding
there.
Kino's.
Oh, there we go.
am I back
He's
now?
got. Yeah. What happened?
No clue. I just rebooted my internet.
Thank y'all for dropping the links. Y'all are awesome.
But anyway, yeah,
I am subscribed to 14.
or I won't,
Okay.
but I'll be watching it. Yeah, I'm gonna a carnival, we got parade, we got all that crap. Saturday.
And that's this weekend?
Yep.
Are you going to go have fun?
No, I ain't gonna go have fun. I'll go watch, but
Oh, you're going to go watch? Well, that's good.
well, it'll probably be, entertaining.
Fresh air and sunshine.
Do what?
Fresh air and sunshine.
Oh yeah, we was 86 degrees today, but the wind was like 86 mile an hour too.
Ooh.
Victor,
The
I'm
wind's
not.
been
I haven't been greedy. I'm just getting low on them right now. And I won't do any of them other ones. If they're not CBD, I won't do them. I will not do anything that's not CBD anymore. I've learned my lesson.
Check your mail tomorrow on Thursday.
Good night, Gigi.
Okay. Yeah, I will not do that other anymore. I found out I'm not a smoker. That kind of smoker. Holy cow. That
Gigi,
text you when I'm not grouchy tomorrow afternoon. Now that's fair. Nah, hey, that's fair. I understand that. Just trust me, you will not want me to talk to you in the morning.
nope.
You will not. My brother don't even like coming in here in case I might still be sleeping. He will not. He's like, he'll send me a text. You up? Yes, I'm sitting at my desk. He'll go, okay, I'll be in a second. Other than that, he won't even come in. My brother is bigger than me, but man, I just, no, I don't. Something about me in the mornings anymore. I just don't get along with them, and I know what it is, and I'm not willing to say it, and I'm not willing to admit it, but I know what it is. But boy, I want to tell you, yeah, Gigi, I'll give you a buzz tomorrow afternoon after lunch sometime. No, I'm not going to rip you. I'm not going to tear you to pieces. Yeah, that stuff just and made us. I can't get along with it. So it wasn't your fault. You tried. You tried. You tried to do. You know what works for you. It just didn't work for me.
Love you, Gigi.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, y'all pray for all these people having storms. I think Lisa's getting hit again, and Chuck, his area, they had a tornado in Tyler. I think that's between David N and Chuck. And that there's a JH and then a number, and I cannot remember the number.
Gigi, you can't
Um,
reach me. What? You're not going to answer? Is that what you're saying?
her home was hit. David, are you having storms up there? JH556. Yes, thank you. Someone had contacted me about donations, but the last I saw her say was that they didn't need any, that they were okay. David's not yet. Okay, good to know.
No, we've just been getting hit by fires. We've had five in the last 3 days or more, maybe seven.
Yeah, we keep having fires here too.
Yeah, this whole damn
Linda Clay.
county's burning down.
Linda Clay, are you in Texas? Or in the East United States? I don't think David was saying goodnight, was he? Oh, Linda's in Arkansas. Yeah, I can
Before
see where that would happen. Come up that line into Arkansas from Texas. I haven't even looked at my radar. I have been going through stuff and clearing and packing and playing with baby girl. I told her mama, if you buy her one more Barbie, I'm gonna wring your neck because she she likes to change their clothes, but she can't get their clothes back on them, and so constantly she's bringing them to me. Mimi, can you put her
You
clothes
know,
on?
that's how I was with women when I was younger. I didn't always get the
And you
clothes
take
off.
them to
I
your
just
mother.
get the clothes back on.
That's nice,
especially if you
Shane.
were trying to shoo him out the door, right?
Well, some of them, yeah, I just shoo them out the door and I throw the clothes out on the curb and they have to go get their clothes and be naked. That's when they're not very good people.
I figured it'd be you jumping out the window, running in your underwear.
Well, it would be if it wasn't my house.
Oh,
No, I don't go nowhere. They come here.
Texas is the problem for what? Oh, Giggles is in Memphis, Tennessee. Oh, D-Dog. Is JH556 in chat?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I missed it if she is. Damon Austin. That's a new name. Good to see you. Oh, okay. Ooh, a tree fell on your son's house last year from straight line winds. Yeah, that's what they called it here. The one time that I've ever seen anything come through or, well, go through town. I haven't had anything where I'm at, but in the town, it went straight from the west end of town all the way to the east end of town, took out the football field, weight room, and all that. But they said it was straight line winds. You could see a straight line with grass gone and everything. It was, I don't know. I don't know how they tell the difference between a straight line wind and a tornado, unless they see it, I guess.
Well, sometimes it could be microbursts that come through, and they'll go in a straight line. And that's when you look
Okay, so
roofs and
what,
stuff like that.
what's a microburst?
It's a high low pressure that when they combine, and it's usually on the ground, they will. It's like
What?
200-mile-an-hour wind straight. It's like a tornado
Yeah, it's like a
without
tornado.
all the damage.
Hmm.
But
Uh,
the wind goes straight up and just rips crap apart, and that's with microburst.
Isn't that the song they played in that movie with Burt Reynolds? Dom DeLuise. I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Dom DeLuise, boy, it was funny. Yeah, he was in Smoke in the Barrel all the time, or Smoke Bandit. Yeah, he was always in the Bandit movie.
Hey, Jeremy, good to
Smoke
see
in the
you.
Bandit.
Yes, Giggles. They put the links in for 14 and 15. Black Watch, that doesn't tell me anything.
it's like a tornado, Bonnie.
Okay.
It is. It's kind of like a tornado, but it's just little. It's just sporadic.
And it can take out a whole area at one
It,
time.
it can. It can.
My husband was at a rendezvous with the scouts and the guides and everything, and they thought it was a tornado, but the Weather Network said it was a microburst.
Okay. I've just never heard of that. I see it when the leaves just start twisting, and we just call them dust, dusters, dust, just dust
Yeah.
storms or whatever. But it'll look like a funnel, and they'll just start spinning around.
Yeah, the dust
But
devils we get all the time. Yeah, they just
yeah,
it's
dust,
just little bitty miniature tornadoes that happen all summer long. We get them all the time, and you just stand there, and hell, they won't even affect you other than sandblast your eyes.
right?
So you just close your
Yeah, they
eyes,
don't.
hold your breath for a second till it can get past you, and that's about all you do. Yeah, those are dust devils. But a microburst is a
Yep.
whole lot different.
Okay.
A microburst, like I said, can rip your roof off your house because it's a straight upward wind that gets under your eaves. It'll just destroy your place. And it can do, like Dorinda says, it can do a whole area all at once. Everybody says, oh, a tornado went through. No, but a microburst did. I've been through lots of
Well,
microbursts.
y'all are really making me not want to stay in a travel trailer for a while on top of a hill.
Well, it's, I'm not going to say nothing. If you haven't had a microburst there, pretty good chance you're not going to. And down here in this little
Okay.
town I live in, we're in a sinkhole, and all the
Yeah.
land around us is high. So the closest a tornado has got is 2 miles, mile and a half maybe. And so there is a
Dogs.
difference when you live in a valley. You
Yeah.
you're not going to get
Right
affected
now,
as you do. And if you're going to be up on
yeah.
a hill, just make sure there's hills around you that's higher. If not, you're going
Well,
to have to be cautious.
there's two, but they're to the east. All of our storms seem to come from the west, or northwest?
See, all tornadoes in Oklahoma Panhandle come from the southwest.
Isn't that weird? So they just split up right there to hit both of us.
It's
I don't know.
always from the
Usually
southwest.
ours come out of Mexico and New Mexico.
Then them things are going straight from the west to the east. Yeah, there's something wrong with that thing. But
Yes.
it is rolling off the mountains and it gets to barreling straight west, and it will. Now, I understand that. Luckily, we're not in that line. Yeah, D Dog, I see that.
Made me chuckle.
Oh no. Well, my mother's house has been there for 30 years and has not had a tornado. So I won't worry about it. I just know about 5 miles from her when I went to San Antonio to visit family and we were coming back, and 5 miles south of my mother's, a tornado hit. And I was driving, and when my car started bouncing around, I was like, time to pull over. So I pulled over and got behind a cement building, waited it out, and then we stayed the night with my mom to not take any more chances. And the next morning, when we were going home, the town we passed through, trees in the highway, the roofs off, it hit up there too. They have their paths. The closest path to me is 10 miles north of me.
Sharon, stay safe. Wow.
Top of, oh my goodness. Yes, Sharon, stay safe. You're close to Tyler, aren't you? Can't remember where Sharon said she was. Oh, Lockhart. Yeah, when I was watching the truckers convoy, Fry TV is from Elgin, Texas. That's east of Austin. And he had to shut down whenever tornadoes were going over. It got pretty bad at his house, so he shut down and turned it over to somebody else for the night.
Did you see Chuck's comment? How y'all getting on the panel, or am I grounded?
Oh, no, you're not grounded, Chuck. All you gotta do is ask him.
Like I said, I don't know how much longer I'll be on here, but I'm going to tell you, I'm still kind of whooped.
Tennessee Ridge Runner, we were just talking about all that. There's some with damage here and some not. I don't have any damage. No, no tornadoes here. Chuck, I figured with your service, I wasn't sure if you could get on.
Hell, I've been out there playing in it.
I hear the rain.
We wasn't sure if you could get on or get off. We didn't know. No one had said.
I ran to the store because my cat was out of treats.
And then
I'm
the
not
power
even
went out in the
pumped.
dollar store when you left.
Yep. They looked at me like I did something.
Yeah.
As I go out the door, I'm like, bye. Boop. there it went.
Psalms 91 is a good one for protection.
Yeah, look, when I got stepped out of the truck when I got here, the rain, I thought the rain stopped, and I got out. As soon as I stepped out, like somebody sprayed me in the face with a water hose.
My goodness.
My
We
hair.
need rain so bad here. If we could just have some of the rain
I got plenty of rain now
without the.
going around, so I don't know if it's going to fill my buckets out there or not. My jug.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about it. That strong ass wind, it might have blew my tomato plants out of the pot.
Uh-oh.
Man, I can hear the thunderstorms going on in the background.
You know,
Yeah.
the window I always open next to me is closed. The one behind me and to the right is open, where that usually have that third flag. That's what y'all are hearing.
I want to tell you,
That's under a porch too, and it's still like.
them thunderstorm sounds, man, I want to tell you, that those, I'll sleep like a baby in something like
Me
that.
too.
You give me thunderstorms and heavy rain, and man, I can sleep like a baby. Everybody goes, well, ain't you worried about a tornado or something like that? I'm going, nope, not where I'm at.
Not until I feel the rain hitting me.
Yeah, now, yeah, that might be a different story if the rain started hitting me. And now I've had rain so hard that it's come in my damn window sills. It'll come in directions that
Yes.
is just uncalled for. I've had it run down the back side of my front door.
Thanks, Linda.
It comes in so hard it comes in upstairs and runs down through the walls and crap. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. Now, that's a hard
Well,
ass
that's
rain.
good.
Yeah, it's out of the. Those are usually the ones that's the crazy ones. It's out of the east.
That's how you get mold once it gets in the walls.
Well, I ain't worried about that. I prepared. I prepared for that when I built this place. Trust me,
Okay.
this place was nothing but bones, and half of it was just brick walls. I went in and furred them out, and I prepared for all that. I ain't no dummy. I've been building houses for 35 years or better. I ain't no dummy.
Yeah, it's like my damn cousin lives up around Nashville. He built them damn big ass mansion style houses, like for all the doctors and shit in Nashville. And as much money as he makes and all the houses he builds, he's still on a roof every day that they're working. He's up there doing whatever. And I'm like, dude, you're 50 something years old. You got 100 employees. What the hell you? Well, if I can't take care of my own wallet, who will?
I'm gonna tell you, and that's how I am. If there's a job to be done, I'm always there. I always do all the bidding. I always take care of it because that's my money. I'm
My other,
always.
my other cousin tells me he's got 2 supervisors on every house when they're being built, at least. He don't have to be there, but
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. I've done this shit for. I've had 22 people working for me at one time, building houses and roofing and painting. And no, I don't. I'm the same damn way. I'll be around to every one of them before I go to the house. And I'll take the time it takes to make sure it's getting done right. I don't want no jacking around. I got to make sure I make my money. And then they're going to want paid. So I got to make sure if I ain't making money, they can't make money. But yeah, they're still going to want paid. Well, that's a two-way street there, bud. I got to make sure I'm making my money.
And he started at 14 or 15. He's building tater boxes, cedar chests, and ship roads, and worked his way up to what he's doing now.
Yeah, I started at 15 years old was my first roofing job. And I have been, I can't do roofs anymore. They kill my knees, but I will be there. I can tell you how to do every stitch of the way. Most of the ones all you do now is we do metal roofs. I don't even put on shingles anymore. The shingles are just a waste of money.
Yes, you are.
And so
Linda, I'm the same way. I supervise.
yep. I can,
First house I had built, when they got the frame up, I went walking through because I was there every day. I'm sure I drove them absolutely nuts because they don't want anybody in the way. And so I was like, how am I supposed to get bed furniture into this bedroom? And they were like, what? And I said, this looks like it's about 2.5 feet wide hall here. What's going on? They went and measured it and looked at the blueprints, and we were like, the foot was off, the wall was off over a foot. Yeah. So glad I caught that before they got any further.
I've been there a million times. And one thing I do hate when they're building new a house is wasted space. They waste more space on these new homes. And I'm like, you guys are piss ignorant. I mean, they got more footage upstairs than they do in the main house. And I'm thinking, because they want all that fancy roofing, I'm thinking, that's the dumbest damn thing I ever seen. Put some damn rooms up here. Yeah, I don't go for that horse crap. Don't waste space.
Yeah. Um, the last house we had it was only 1,150 square feet with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths. But the way it was set up, it seemed a whole lot bigger than it was. Because from the front door to the French doors was wide open. The living room, dining room, everything was wide open. The only thing I hated about it was the bathroom being right in the middle of the living room, the bathroom door. So I just put the TV next to the bathroom door.
That's just to block the sound coming out of the bathroom.
Just in case. Yeah. Never know. Yeah. I'm gonna need some floor plans because I want a small 3 bedroom. I want the bedrooms big enough. I really didn't like the way that was with the wide open living room to dining room because then where all the doors were, it was really hard to set up the living room where you could watch TV wherever you were sitting.
I like an open concept, but it's got to be set up right. Got to have the right.
I shifted.
But I
Yeah.
think I'm fixing to be done. I'm beat.
I'm just
Alright.
about there too, Shane.
Yeah, I'm beat.
Wow.
I know it's early, but man, I am beat.
Good night, Shane.
Well, I'm glad you came up to visit a while.
Well, Bonnie, you know me. I'll always come see you.
I appreciate
You know,
that.
I'm,
Hello, Lisa.
I'm just beat today.
Well, hopefully you're
Why
feeling
I
better
don't know.
tomorrow.
Do what?
Andrew!
Okay.
So anyway,
Have a good night,
Have a
Shane.
good night, Shane.
all right. Try to
Love
love
you.
me. Try to love me.
We'll try real hard.
All right. We'll talk to y'all later.
Love you. Good night.
You
Went
too,
out to
sir.
check my laying over tomato plants.
And it was laying over?
Yeah,
They done? Oh.
yeah. Looked like they were hunting the sunlight from around the corner of the house.
Got cold outside.
So you got another shower?
No, I didn't go out the porch. I just went and picked stuff up and put
Oh.
my junk around it. Then I got locked out. I unlocked the. I got a passcode door lock on there that's a key code. I unlocked it. And I guess I didn't
Yes.
turn it all the way, so I had to holler in the window for him to come unlock it.
Yeah, he got locked outside.
Oh, wow. My son's got one of those locks.
Yeah, Mom, she had that on her house, and when she passed, they said they're going to take them off anyway and put new ones on. So I took it off and put a junk one on it. Hell, she gave like $350 for that damn thing.
That gun.
And she had paid to have a $20,000 generator put in over there, and I hooked that sucker live and wired it back in.
Lisa, Chuck's getting the storms. I'm not. Okay, well, I just heard something. And
It
maybe the
just
girls jumping in.
it just calmed down. You should be getting hammered now, Keith, are you?
Oh yeah, I've been getting hammered. Crazy wind.
Buddy of
Thank
mine on
Canadian.
he's about 15 miles due east of me. Now he's getting it.
Oh,
I've been getting it for the last probably 10 minutes.
you got a two-way radio?
No, he's on the phone. I got on speaker.
No. Hi, Chuck's friend.
They said, hey, he gets on here. He just don't say nothing.
Oh, okay. See the one that was waving at me down there? Andrew something?
I forget what your name is on here, isn't it? Mayhem something.
Mayhem.
Mark Mayhem.
Oh, okay. I might have seen that. See, we only have a 20% chance of rain. It was a lot higher earlier, and it never happened. Winds 10 to 20 miles per hour. No, we're not getting any of that.
Stay safe, shift kicker.
Look at the radar. See, and all I see is little spots. Oh, except for when I go over towards you. Freeport looks like it's getting hammered right now.
Yeah, that's where he's at. And the edge of it. He like work where he lives is he's about 5 miles from Walmart, two through the woods.
Yeah.
Yeah, about that.
He's like 5 miles above where Vicky works at Walmart over there, and then she's probably getting it too.
This looks like College Station all the way up to
Yeah, I'm due north of her.
Hot Springs, Pine
Yeah.
Bluff area.
When I first got on here, it was all the way from Nacogdoches all the way to Texarkana, that big red violent bad that probably shifted its way up some.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like it's gonna miss David. Oh yeah.
Hey,
Big.
William.
Oh, yes. Memphis. Memphis looks like it's getting a pretty big one. Oh,
Yeah, Iowa, Minnesota, all up and around in there, and Idaho, and all they're getting their ass beaten. It's just sitting, or was sitting still. It might start moving.
man. So do we conspiracy this? Do y'all think it's manipulation?
I don't think, but I hope it backfires on them.
Yeah. I think this is the normal. Spring showers bring Mayflowers.
And flowers bring pilgrims. Remember, I used to get my ass in trouble in school when they'd say that, and I'd throw that out there. Hey, Canadian.
Canadian Patriots. So far, just wind in Missouri. Oh, okay. Tennessee Ridge Runner. I thought you were in Tennessee, Missouri. I have a friend that is about 11 miles, I think it's south, I'm not sure, of Branson.
Yeah, I like it over there. Anywhere from Branson to Rolla, that little diamond shape all the way down into Arkansas. That right there on the line. I love it through there.
Yeah. Back when she was married, she offered me a house on, I think it's called Table Rock Lake or something like that. It was right there on the lake, and she said, "You move up here and I'll give you the house." And I'm like, "Okay." 5 years I tried to make it there, just couldn't do it.
Hell, if I can get a house on the lake, especially if it's isolated and you couldn't find a person for an hour, okay, I'm there.
Mm, yeah, I always wanted a lake house, like on the lake, like in it. Houseboat, is that what you call it?
Yeah.
But then when the storms come, I don't think that I would like that too much. It's Table Rock. Oh, okay. So are you close to there? Can y'all hold it down? Talk, have a chat. I keep getting these phone calls from my kids. I need to see if something's wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She's got a kid that's out on a date too. So she's worried about that. In case she was in Sydney or something.
You stupid little bastard.
Hello, Crystal. I'm so tired tonight.
Hell, I didn't even notice that Shane left.
Yeah, he was tired. I am too. I'm heading down shortly, probably when Bonnie gets back.
You work today, huh?
Pardon?
You work today, huh?
Yeah. This week's been a nightmare at Walmart.
Vicky got mad because they pulled out. They pointed her, give her 4 pallets in one area and 3 in another, and said, "When you get done with them, go find somebody to help." She went and clocked out and come home. Told them to go fuck herself.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Garrett, I haven't heard anything. She said she'd message if it got bad there. Hell, if it was me and I worked at Walmart, I'd run to the auto center and get in the damn oil change vat.
Yeah, man.
Ours is closed. They closed our auto center.
They did.
Yeah.
Nothing in there. Or
No, they've got other things in there, but I
they
think
still got.
it's the online orders now.
They still got the vat there that he had to go down in. He could work up on change oil under the car and all that, or is that gone?
I have no idea.
I'd find out that way. If ever a storm did, I'd run in there and climb down them steps and sit in there.
The people
Oh,
are getting nuts here, though. We had a customer that got asked to leave the store because they were stealing, and they came back and they had a screwdriver in their pocket and they went after the person and asked them to leave. And she was the CSM.
It's like, how dare you stop me from stealing?
Yeah. And I had a girl today that caught a guy stealing, okay? And she walked him out to his fucking car, took a picture of his license plate and the guy at the car, and then came back in the store, grabbed all the stuff that he was trying to steal, which I'd already thrown in the bin to go to back for zoning, okay? She took all that shit, itemized it, and I don't know who the fuck she gave it to, okay? I have no idea. I said to the CSM, I said, are we supposed to be doing that? There's no fucking way I'm going to follow a customer out to the parking lot. That ain't
No.
fucking happening.
You're not supposed to go out the doors. If anything, you keep an eye on them and let somebody else know, and that's it. They're not supposed to touch them, stop them. Hey, Christina.
Oh, she didn't stop him. She just walked out behind him. After he bought a few purchases, not what he wanted, but whatever. And she took a picture of his license plate and the guy. Came back in the store, itemized his list that he was trying to steal. I said, I thought that just went into zoning. The supervisor looked at me and she goes, you're right. You're not supposed to do that. I said, well, hey. So while she was doing that, I was left in the whole skull fully open by myself. And she was gone about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Fucking stupid. But anyway, are you back, Bonnie?
Yes, I'm back.
Okay.
I'll call the other one back in a little bit.
Later.
All right, I'll talk to
Okay.
you later, bro.
I'm stepping down because I'm really tired tonight and I'm going to bed.
All right, hon. Thank you
I'll
for
try to
coming
watch-
in.
I'll try to watch the rest of this tomorrow and hopefully it's not going to be another 5 hours.
No, I don't think it's going to be another 5 hours. I think
All right.
everybody's tired.
You guys have a great night. I love you all.
Have
You
a good
too.
night.
Love you.
Thank
Love
you for
you.
having me up, Bonnie. Bye-bye.
All right, Kitty. Patrick Kelly.
Rob. Everything all right over there?
You know, my daughter that's on the date, I guess she's at a store or something, wanting to know where the stupid unicorns are, and I'm like, really? So I had to take the phone to Tatum for her to answer that because I have no clue. And I'll call my son back after my phone charges up.
We're gonna get another one.
Yeah, sounds like it.
What was that? My cat, he's in here all freaked out anyway. He did that. He jumped on the floor and his ass is down on the ground.
Hey, Crystal. I will
Hey,
drop the link, Crystal. Yeah, get some more people up here so I don't fall asleep to your storm. I could see that happen.
yeah, I got the other side. It got wicked again. It's on the other side of Shreveport now.
Hello, y'all.
Hi,
Hey,
Crystal.
Chuck, it sounds pretty bad over your way.
yeah, it just came through here. I guess it's a nasty one. We're in a clearing right now, sort of.
Hey, T girl.
No, we're in the middle of it. Clearing's over Shreveport. Sorry about that.
So is it still there? Or is it past you?
I'm in the middle of where it's red looking, but
Oh,
let's see on here. No, I'm watching this guy in here called Ryan Hall, Storm Chaser,
Yes,
and his
Ryan Hall's good.
we're in green now. I guess got some yellow around, but there's
Yeah.
all kind of boxes. I don't know if they're tornado warnings or what over past Shreveport, Houghton, going towards uh, like Ruston and all that, headed to Monroe. I don't know if it's storm
Maybe
warnings,
take
tornado warnings. I imagine their highlighters was probably tornado.
through.
Tornado warning, yep. One at Red River Parish, Louisiana, and one up by Ruston.
Louisiana.
Yep.
Mm, that's crazy. Boy, it's been raining here a lot. Not today, though, but
Oh, where that's at? That's a hell of fire.
You see the fires too?
Somewhere there's
It's like a
showing
hotel
fire.
or something, isn't it?
Whole thing's burning, whatever it is.
I'm not sure if that's associated with the wildfire or if that's just a regular
A
fire.
new tornado warning has been issued.
mm,
A new tornado warning has been issued.
They got
That is going to be
another tornado popped up right next to the other two, kind of filling in the gap
mm.
on the other
T
side.
girl, be safe. Looks like it's heading to you. She's in Arkansas.
Yeah, it's headed up that way too. Let's see.
Yeah.
She's close to Ruston, Louisiana, up that way. One of them headed that way.
Are those fires still going on?
I haven't seen any around here lately.
Mhm.
Haven't heard any sirens lately, so hopefully they've got under control. Shane said he had some still going up there.
Manipulating the weather.
Yeah, they don't even have to have the big football field stuff anymore. They can have it on a truck.
I was gonna. Is that those vans with the satellite looking things on the side?
Yeah, they look almost like a solar field, whatever, solar array, but they're not. Uh, HARP systems, I think they call them.
Yeah, harp. Yeah. Harp is not good.
You see, I seen when somebody was like Brazil or something. There's probably 300 people tore the fence down to one of them places. They tore all the stuff down outside. Ended up ripping the door off the building, and they went inside and were grabbing stuff and throwing all the electronics out in the yard, out in the yard.
Oh my gosh.
People done went stupid.
Yeah, they were getting rid of it. They didn't want that harp station there. I guess they got tired of getting hammered with stuff. It was like a bunch of villagers or whatever, and they went there and they just tore the fence down, got in there, tore all that array down, and destroyed everything in the building.
I've seen
Ever
them.
Springs. Ever Springs.
I've seen them pull the 5G things down sometimes. People catch them on fire.
Well, see, and that's what somebody was telling me. Can't y'all just kind of plow them down? Well, the ones I'm seeing are on these really huge, round steel posts.
Like
It would
big
take
lamp.
something really big, but huge. I'm talking, they go up hundreds of feet.
Kind of like a cell tower, but not quite as high.
Yes, but as high.
When I had to
'Cause that's what
turn
I
over,
thought they were at first.
when I turned
Sorry.
over, they made me switch from 4G to 5G, and I don't like it. And ever since I've got it, I've had ringing in my ears.
I turn all that off on mine. I don't even have my Wi-Fi running in the house. It's up front, but my phone Wi-Fi is off. My thing back here has no Wi-Fi. It's all, I use it for a hub or a switch. I don't use it for Wi-Fi.
Black. You're a mess.
And you can see up here in Caddo and DeSoto counties, we have a lot of people without power. 17,000.
Dang.
Yeah, up here in Shreveport, 17,000, I guess, out of power.
Wow.
It blew my mind that it went off before I got out of the back all the way out. It popped back on. It's a store. They said it didn't flicker. I got back here and they're still on the internet. So
I used to like watching the storm, the people that went out to the storms and stuff like that. I think
Storm
they're crazy.
chaser.
Yeah. They
Yeah.
got more you know what than I do. I'd be running away. Not too.
There was, when I was young, I was stupid like that. Yeah, I would have done it. The older you get, the more you appreciate your life, I think.
Exactly.
Arkansas just hit tornado warning too.
Mm. Well, I pray for y'all up there. Keep y'all safe. I've been through two tornadoes. One was at my aunt's house, and I was real little, and you could just see the funnel cloud and hear it like, a train. You know what they talk about. And the
Yeah.
other one, me and my mom were headed towards the store. It's raining real hard. Next thing you know, here comes the hail. Next thing you know how it gets really silent.
Yep.
Yep. Yeah, I've been in a few. Always outside. First one, standing waiting for the school bus.
Now, I like
So
going
we
to church.
climbed into a culvert. We climbed into a culvert pipe, me and my brother.
Oh,
Probably not the best place to be, but
Better than most, but
it's only
they say it's dangerous to get under overpass.
yeah. Oh, I've seen that. The debris.
Yeah, it's kind of like a wind tunnel. But maybe if you got way up to the very top, like where the road is, where it touches the back, you got up one of them little cubbies, but that'd be about the only place.
Mm.
well, tornado comes through here and hits my house. My house probably flying in the air to Kansas. My house is built before 1930.
That's mine here. It's 1920. It was built.
Oh wow. Yes. Check for snakes before you go into your storm cellars.
Uh,
Wow. $109,417 outages in Texas. Are those highways? Patrick Kelly put that.
Let's see.
Good night, Rocksteady.
Top
Have a
area.
good sleep.
Oh, that's how many outages there are. 109,417. Yeah, that's it. He said there's a lot in Texas. The outline we read, 100,000 people are out.
Dang. I thought you were just saying it just in Louisiana, Shreveport.
y'all want to mute this because the train's coming.
Oh no, Linda. Her storm cellar's full of water.
Yeah, you need to get a bilge pump in there and then get you a gasket to go around your door.
Yep.
If it ain't coming around the door, then you got a leak in a wall or roof or something somewhere.
Blackwatch, I can't handle your weather. There's a reason I live in the South. He's all, I got an idea. Y'all moved to Canada. Nope.
No, don't think so. We'll be going from worse to worse.
Oh, I think they're about the same. You're talking tyrannically.
Yeah.
Well, did y'all watch Liberty Warrior? Anybody? No?
I fell asleep.
Well, y'all probably saw the video because it's been passing around all day yesterday. The Stu Peters interview with the doctor.
I looked at it a couple days ago, and 3 people sent it to me today.
Yeah, that's what it was about. And
Yeah, the venom and stuff.
yeah,
That falls under the MR stuff. Sabotaging water.
Yep.
I'm just wondering, our bottled water we get probably just as bad.
I hope not because I've been prepping. Yep, Hawk, that's what we all watched. Uh,
Yeah, George
I
had
don't
it on,
know.
and I ended up cranking it up, watching along with him because he was cutting out trying to run the video. I think he's having bad connection or something.
What'd you say your population is there, Chuck?
Between the 800 and 1,000, somewhere around there.
Oh, okay. So you're small too. And I just,
I don't think we
yes,
got too
it
many.
does.
I live in Stark, Florida, and I don't think there's a lot of people. I don't know how many exactly, but it's a small town, so
Yeah, we have about 1,500. So I really can't imagine our water being tampered with. But in saying that, we just got a report a couple of weeks ago that there was too much lead in the water. And remember, I sent you the pictures of the fire hydrants
Yeah.
running? Well, supposedly that was to drain off some of that lead that's in the water.
Huh.
And so, because of that, now we're having boil water notices.
Everybody, we all need to have a Berkey or make one of them Berkey systems with 5-gallon buckets.
Make a Berkey.
Yeah, you buy the filters and then drill a hole in the side of the bottom one and put a tap there for you to get your water out of. And the top, the whole thing it holds the filter, so you have a hole in the bucket, the bottom of the bucket's in the top part, and you put the same hole into the lids where they match up, so the bottom or the top bucket itself has a lid connected to the bottom, and the filters hold it on there, and they seal off. And you fill the top, and the water runs through that filter, and it's supposed to be as pure. It's supposed to be as pure as it'll get. Excuse me.
bless you.
That crept up. Thank you.
Did you see a video on that?
Yeah, do a water filter setup. You can order the filters and do it. It's real simple. You got a drill and stuff, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can probably make it if you had your bucket. You get the buckets and you order the filter. And they say a lot of people just buy a cheap plastic iced tea jug from like the dollar store or Walmart or something. They unscrew that little plastic tap out of it and drill a hole in the bucket and put it in the bucket.
I'm gonna look that up.
They say them filters for a house of 4, the filter's good for 10 years.
Oh wow. Well, once we get out to my mama's, we won't have to worry because we'll be on a well. But
still be good to run that through to take out all any of the hard minerals or if it's hard water or whatever.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she's got a water softener and filtration system and everything on her house, but we won't have one. I don't know if it's at the well. No, it's not at the well.
I told Vicky I wanted to do it. She goes, "You just wanted to make tea with that water." I'm like, "Yeah."
Well, I think the more things we learn about that, the better. Um, any ways of filtering water, especially we have to have water no matter what. And
They say a Berkey filter, the system that's in it, 'cause it has two filters, and I say you could take really, really nasty puddle water or ditch water and run it through it. And it's like 9.7 or 8 nines in a row, pure.
yeah, through the gallon bucket
Yeah,
filter.
either the Berkey or the bucket filter. They're called Berkey filters, but somebody had a copycat that was the same, and they were cheaper. But still, even if they're $50 a piece, $100 for something that'll last you 10 years.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Hell, we go through probably
Yeah,
20 $30 with a bottle of water a week.
yes, so do we. And so once we get out there too, I want to get a rainwater collection going somehow.
Yeah,
So I've got to look into that.
Those a video on it. They're using those big blue plastic 50-gallon barrels. They get the food grade ones wherever they can get them from, which they're not hard to find.
Yes.
And they have 2 or 3 high, and they collected it. I forget what they collected it off the. I think it was the gutter system or something. They built it separate for it, where it screened it in and filled it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that done out of the drain pipe. Okay.
So is well water better than city water?
Oh yeah. City water, they put fluoride, and it's got all kind of other additives, and they put bleach or chlorine in it.
Yes, you can smell it.
If you worry about like your water in an emergency, if you run your water and filter it as good as you can, but you ain't got no way to boil it, keep some bleach around. A cap full of bleach from off the bleach container, and a gallon of water will kill everything in it. So.
Huh.
And it won't hurt you that little bit.
Yeah.
I know up around Pensacola, you can smell the sulfur in that water.
Yeah. That's the way it is to the west. You can, if you take a drink of that water, it's like you're drinking blood or something. It's got that metal taste to it.
Oh. Dry your hair out and everything else.
They say those Berkeys, you gain taste it, tell it's there, and smell it, none of it.
Yeah. Well, maybe after I sell the house, I'll get one for inside.
Well, in this part of Florida, I don't never smell it like I did when I lived in Pensacola.
My dad lives east of Pensacola.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like, I think we're right outside Panama City, somewhere around in there. I've never been there.
Fishing town anyway.
Yeah.
That's the reason I think it smells so funny.
Yeah, reverse osmosis works. I know a guy that used to use reverse osmosis. He had a greenhouse, all the stuff he was in it, but the water was so hard with iron that was in it, even after running through 3 filter systems and an osmosis system, it still would stain plants when he first cranked the sprinklers up. It settled and rusted in the, even it was in plastic pipe.
Yes. We're constantly having to replace shower heads, everything because of the buildup. Um, and that's what's weird here. Even the city water, it comes from wells. I think we have 3 wells that supplies the water. So why would they need to add all that stuff to it?
Not sure. Codes, poison everybody. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, they've been killing us ever since the day we were born.
Yeah. From the sound of that watch of water, it's like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's messed
You know,
up.
and what's sad is us people who don't know how to uh, take care of medical issues ourselves.
I don't know if you did I tell
But
you guys or not, but if you take like a half-gallon mason jar or even a quart jar and fill it half full of basil and half finish filling up with olive oil and put it in your cabinet for like 6 weeks. Take and filter out the basil out of it and keep that olive oil, and it's a big time antibiotic. It's good if you feel yourself coming down with something. It's got antioxidants in it plus antibiotics. Ear
okay.
drop, you can rub it on cuts. Works like antibiotic ointment.
Wow.
You might have to try that.
Yeah, look it up. How to make olive oil, oregano. I can't remember I think I saved the video. Let's see.
Yeah, we need to learn some alternative medicine.
I don't know if I have it. If I have it, you want to see it, Bonnie?
See what?
That video on the girl making that olive oil oregano stuff.
Sure. That shouldn't do anything.
Yeah, it shouldn't hurt.
All right, so if the world goes to crap and you can't get to a doctor, what are you going to do if you get sick? Is there...
Okay.
Yeah. Kind of sucks I'm allergic to oregano, huh?
Oh, Lord.
Yep. Since I was about 13.
That means it's hard, like spaghetti and stuff like that for you.
I have to make my own sauce without it, yes.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so you can't go out to a Mexican food, Italian food restaurant?
No.
Because you don't know if they use the stuff.
Oh, yeah, I do. I asked. I went to an Olive Garden with some friends, and I said, tell me one thing I can eat here that doesn't have oregano. And they came back and they said, I'm sorry, there's nothing. Said, okay, I'm good.
Yeah. I'd rather do without it than do it and then you suffer from it.
Yeah. So are they refiltering the white water to use as
I forgot why I couldn't get that video to show up. Maybe it'll show up now. There it is.
reverse osmosis. Pure. Mm.
Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, ready.
All right, so if the world goes to crap and you can't get to a doctor, what are you going to do if you get sick? Is there one herb out there that is like the king of all kings? Yes, my friends, there is. Oregano. All you're going to do is fill your jar halfway up with dried oregano. Once you get it halfway filled up, you're just going to fill it with organic, extra virgin olive oil. Once you get it filled up, you're going to want to stir it around so that it's all mixed up. Once you mix it up, you're probably going to have to add a little more extra virgin olive oil because it's all mushed down. You're going to set this in a dark, cool place for 4 to 6 weeks. At the end of that 4 to 6 weeks, you're just going to strain it out, put it in a dark jar, and anytime you feel yourself coming down with a sickness, take a dropperful. This is a natural antibiotic. Got an earache? Put a few drops in your ear. Got a bad wound? Apply it under the wound. This will be your best friend when the world goes.
Boom.
Wow. Yeah, when I was a teenager, we lived in this subdivision out in the middle of nowhere. And I don't know where the water came from, but the one of the tanks was right outside of my grandmother's property, and we would watch them pour gallon jugs of bleach inside that tank, and everybody kept getting sick. We'd be out working in the garden. It was a huge garden, and my grandmother, if we weren't there, if we were at school or whatever, she'd go out there by herself and she'd pass out. It was bad. Everybody was really, really, really sick. And so, how did we find out? A newspaper article came out from somewhere up north, a pesticide plant had all these employees that were getting sick, same exact symptoms that we had been having. So we sent the water out to be tested, and sure enough, it came back with all these big red letters on it, not for human consumption. It contained pesticides, oil. They had bought this used tank and just set it up and started running water through it. No cleaning, no nothing. HUD jumped in on that one. HUD went after them and shut them down because there was several people that died.
Good Lord.
Yeah, it was bad. Don't trust subdivisions.
Yeah, I've heard of people, Deb, doing garlic and coconut oil together, and it makes an antifungal antibiotic.
Yeah. But there's several. I mean, I've even heard that honey is a natural antibiotic.
Yeah. Like I used to tell people they get them white spots on their toenails or their fingernails or whatever. It's like a nail fungus. Big salve will kill it stuff until it gets so bad that it's in their bloodstream.
Exactly, Tennessee Ridgerunners. Don't trust any human. Yep. I don't know. Lemons seem to be a cure-all. and a flying
Yeah,
eagle.
you find, yeah, I got a little picture for you since you said that.
Lemons and
To back
oh
up your story, here you go.
yeah, after watching that Watch the Waters, felt kind of good to know we're still smoking, didn't
Hey, we stopped it
it?
in a weird sort of way, huh? Oh, what I do with it.
Yeah. Oh, the other one was apple cider vinegar. That takes care of a lot of stuff too.
There you go. There you go. Need it bigger?
Yeah, I think so. Unless I'm the only one blind here. Oh, there we go.
Bonnie, I got glasses and I'm still blind.
That's mine are not working, and they won't give me any new ones till I get cataract surgery, and
Oh,
maybe I can see better with these. Oh, a little bit. Okay, no. Does that say
Can you see it?
yes? Wow.
looks like I need to start drinking some lemon water.
And it is. It's good for you. Hey, Klein, good to see you again. Um, and I used to always, especially when we went to the restaurant, whenever they had the lemons on the tea glasses, I didn't drink iced tea, but my husband did, so I'd take his lemons because he didn't want them, and I put them in my water.
Uric acid, I think that's causes inflammation like arthritis and all that stuff. Also, I think gallstones, kidney stone.
Yep. I have to
Oh,
stock
yeah,
up
there
on
is free
lemons.
kidney stone to prevent it.
And I wonder if there's a way to can. I'll have to look that up too. Canning lemon. I guess we could just get the bottles of lemon juice. It's the same
Yep.
thing, isn't it?
For a while, Vicky was taking lemon juice, olive oil, and I forget a little bit of apple cider vinegar, and just mix it up and drink it. But it turned her stomach, and then it helped her with the diarrhea part, but it'd make her want to throw up. All that together. I said, you
Yeah.
should eat something first, probably.
Yeah, that is amazing. Blood pressure, everything. And see, apple cider vinegar kind of says all that too.
Yeah.
And
Maybe that's what, I don't know if Shane does it, but start
oh,
drinking a bottle of lemon water a day.
he don't listen to anything.
Typical man, huh?
Yes.
Mom used to do that too. Anywhere she'd go out to eat, she just have them bring water to her, especially if their water's strong. That lemon will kill it.
Mm-hmm. Y'all excuse me just a second.
Anytime. Yeah, Garrett, throw a little bit of olive oil in it, especially if you can find some of that. I forget the name of the country. It's over there where the Giza sheets come from. It's right around in there. They're olives. They're like a superfood.
Olives is a superfood.
Yeah, if you can get olive oil from where they over there where they make the Giza sheets. I think it's Giza or somewhere like that. It's called.
Yeah, that's where the Pillow Man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look around where that is, and then when you go to buy olive oil, look see if it comes from there, and if it does, that's the same stuff they say that's awesome for you.
You remember when our grandparents talk about the old timey medicine and stuff like that?
Yeah.
I think we should have listened a lot closer because it seems like it's going to go back that way again.
You have the damn hiccups, they give you castor oil or cod liver oil. Or... I read where castor oil, if you get the pure stuff that's filtered, or I forget the name, not generic, the kind of vegetables you buy when you're in the store that are natural. What's that? I can't remember the term for it.
I have no idea.
But anyway, you buy that type of castor oil, it'll get rid of any kind of eye problems, it'll dissolve cataracts.
Huh.
You like put a drop or two in your eyes every day, but it's got to be the pure version. You can look that up too, castor oil for eye care.
Yeah, it's bad. Like I told Bonnie, it's bad to have glasses and still can't see.
It's supposedly supposed to help regenerate your vision too. I thought about doing it because one buddy of mine was telling me about it. That he said try that, but you have to get that certain kind of castor oil. It's I can't remember what you call it anyway. It's the all natural version anyway, whatever the term is for it.
I know I heard that people talk about how castor oil tastes so nasty. I'd rather it taste nasty and then not be able to have no medical help.
Yeah, a lot of stuff's nasty because usually the best tasting stuff's the worst for you.
Yep.
And I'm gonna start. I got a bunch of beets I'm gonna be planting this year, and I'm gonna start eating them. I hate beets, despise them. All my whole life, I never ate them until like 6 months ago. Me and Vicky were somewhere that had a salad bar, and I got some with my salad off the side. And I ate them. I didn't try to cover them up, and I first bite I gagged, but I got over that and ate the second bite. Next thing I ate all 3 pieces, and I went back and got more of just that. I fought my way through it. But beets are a superfood. They're awesome for you.
Yeah. That's,
I like the greens that come off of them, but I don't like the other.
Cindy, that's what I was saying. I guess it's not a bad thing that we haven't quit smoking yet.
And Vicky uses one of them them things you spray in your mouth if you got asthma. She's got inhaler, yeah.
Yeah, I got those.
And those are supposed to kill that stuff off too. It destroys the viruses.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if this is true, but when the what you call it was going around, or they say was going around, I heard smoking weed would help you too.
Yes.
It's probably the same like the cigarettes. It kills off the. It affects that receptor in your brain for nicotine, and
Yep.
where the kufi would make you where your diaphragm didn't work. It slows your heart rate and all that down, but cigarettes make your heart rate better and make you breathe harder and kind of counteracts it.
I've never heard that smoking's good for you, but I'm glad I know now.
It wasn't. I even remember when they had a big thing about quitting smoking right at the beginning of all that.
Yes.
Do you remember all these places were giving away free gum and free other stuff to quit?
Yep.
Yep.
Organic, that's it, T-girl. Organic castor oil is good for any eye issues, cataracts. It helps regenerate vision. You guys just look it up. I've seen it in a couple different places. It's good for people with like glaucoma. If you have, they said the red part of it was good for people that have macular degeneration because of diabetes.
Okay, what's fine saying he freezes? Or she.
Yeah, thanks,
I don't
bro.
know. Fine.
They're talking about the beef,
Freeze.
slice and freeze them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, rabbits is growing a bunch of them. And all he's going to do is dehydrate them, turn them into powder, and jar them up, can them up, and put it up. I guess like a teaspoon of that a day and some water will be all the nutrients your body needs for the day. It wouldn't have the calories, but
Oh, you freeze the lemons and limes. That's what I was wondering, if you could freeze them or can them. I saw a video where they were canning whole tomatoes instead of.
yeah, I seen that one. They had so many tomatoes in jars, they didn't look like you could get the lid on it, but they did. Is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah, where did we see that? Because it seems like somebody was shooting it.
Might have been something I put up here one night.
It may have been.
You know, I come across weird stuff. I'm like that wino in a brand new liquor store. I'd wander through it.
Oh, I'm the same way. Anything that looks like it would be useful, I'm on it.
That buddy of mine was on the phone. He'll get on the phone with me. I stick my phone in my shirt pocket. We'll talk for 2 or 3 hours. I'll be doing whatever. And he'll ask me one day, but he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Well, that was before Kofi and all that. Watching YouTube." He's like, "Well, what are you watching?" I said, "I just let it go. Remember when he used to let it play and it would just wander through all kinds of stuff?" He said, I told him you can start off reading how to put a doorknob on it, and by the end of the night, if you fall asleep and wake up, they'll have you teach how to teach Braille to a giraffe.
Yeah. That's my best friend that she's so dim. And so she's had everything that they told her she had to have, and now she's got blood clots in her lungs and her legs. She keeps telling me she's so tired of being sick. She's at the doctor constantly, specialists and everything. And of course they told her it was because of, they told her the blood clots are because she had the coof twice. I said, I don't know about that. But there's no talking to her. She refuses to listen. One day I accidentally sent her something and she said, "Don't send me your crap anymore." And I'm like,
But she
Okay.
still won't.
We
She
just
still
we
won't
don't talk.
listen to anybody.
Oh no, 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 no. We're all a bunch of tinfoil hat people and crazy and
I'm glad it ain't
yep,
my tricks. I'd be hard about it. I'd be like, at least I'm not rotting them from the inside out because I'm too stupid to admit that I did something wrong.
yeah. And it's just because Trump brainwashed us all and
That
yep,
sounds like my daughter. She went out and got them, and she's been sick since she got the last upgrade, I guess you call it.
yep.
35 years old, killing herself because she thinks her daddy's an idiot.
I know, and but they just and it really surprises me, Chuck. I don't know if it surprises you, but that all this is happening in Texas. It's always been because we're pretty headstrong and stubborn, and it's my way or no way, you know? And so, but then too, when you go to the doctor, it's not like it used to be either. You, your doctor can be from anywhere around the world now, and um, doesn't seem to be local people that are our doctors anymore.
And the ones that aren't compliant tell like crap when they were doing it. You found them, they weren't working anymore.
Well, I love my doctor because
Yes.
when this stuff first started coming around, she asked me if I wanted one. I said no, and she asked why, and I told her. She goes, "Well, I never push something on you that you don't want." I said, "Well, thank you because you're not anyway, but thank you feel that way."
Yeah. And that's my son because he's seeing all these specialists now, and um, he's the one with the kidney cancer.
Oh
And
Lord.
so uh, first they thought he had thyroid cancer because his thyroid had swollen up, and they did a biopsy on that, and it was okay. And um, that had something to do with his teeth. But he
Excuse
he
me.
has to see a cardiologist too, and because they do stress tests every so often because he's got the PTSD and panic, and they won't give him anything to calm him down, so he keeps going to the emergency room constantly, and so a lot of tests. And uh, his cardiologist asked him, "Do you want the vacation?" And he said, "Nope." And he said, "Okay." He said, "Do you mind telling me why?" And so he told him, and uh, he said, "I agree," and that was it. And then one of the doctors in the ER asked him the same thing. I guess they have to offer it everywhere you go. And he said no, and they said, "Could you tell me why?" And so he told them, and that doctor said, before all this started, if somebody came in with pneumonia, they absolutely would not lay them flat on their back, first of all. The protocol for treating pneumonia was completely the opposite of what they were being told to do.
Yeah, they wanted to
So
settle
the
things.
administrator, right, had to be for the money.
Absolutely.
10 grand for each pokey, and I think it's from 40 to 100. It depends on really the state. Some of them 400,000 per person for getting put on.
Good grief.
I can't remember where it
That is
was.
horrible.
Crystal was on there when I popped that thing up the other day, weren't you? When it had, you even looked at your state. But one of them, 400,000 per person that they put on a respirator. That's the tip they get.
Yeah, Garrett. Um, everyone in my house except for me and my 3-year-old granddaughter have not had it, and every one of my kids except for well, a couple of them did smoke though, that got it, but still, it, I'm real susceptible to anything, and I didn't get it.
Yeah, I'm glad my sister knows about all this stuff, and me and her can actually talk about things.
She was in here earlier, Black Watch. I'm pretty sure I saw Cindy earlier. Yes, holistic medicines. I have a nutritionist that uses that. And we also have a health food store that he's a licensed holistic doctor that he'll come out and talk to you $70, but
My
he'll tell
doctor,
you
when I
what
was
you
on
need.
them pills, my doctor, when I was on them pills, he tried to get me to quit coming to him. He goes, I wish you didn't have to have these, but I know you have to have them. He goes, I'd rather you start smoking pot, and I just look past it in your blood test when you come in here than take all these. And he was from India.
Oh, wow. See, I can't find a doctor like that. They even are horrible around here just to give you, because I'm on Clonopin. And then somebody said that it's a law in Texas that you can't have more than 1 gram. But I know doctors that prescribe more than that. But that's all I'm on. 1 milligram, not gram. Is it
They had
gram or
me
milligram?
They had me
Milligram.
on 1 milligram of Xanax a day, 4 times a day. And then they had,
You?
yeah, they did have, and it was up to 4 times a day or 5 times a day, 20 milligrams of oxycodone. That's what I was on when I quit. I was a
Wow.
contagion. It got to the point where it didn't do nothing.
Yeah.
The Xanax did, but the pain didn't really help because I hurt everywhere, and I found out that those pain pills would affect every one of your joints. And within 3 days after I quit taking them pills, everybody's surprised that you should have went through rehab or something. You're not supposed to just cold turkey quit all that stuff.
No, you're
Within 3
not.
days, I had the shakes for a day, but it within 3 days, 90% of my pain's gone. My back still kills me, and my neck and my hip, but everything else isn't there anymore.
Huh.
My
And your
finger,
anxiety's okay? Your anxiety's okay?
I control it. That's how I like when I get aggravated. I get so passionate about it. The anxiety, PTSD, and semi-bipolar. It's not a good combo.
Right.
And when it all triggers together, it kicks in depression, manic depression.
Yeah. I was on 4 of the Xanax a day, and then they changed me to Clonopin because it's supposed to last longer. That's not true.
No.
I don't know who thought that up, but it's not true. And
I got a few left for emergencies. I can take one of them now, and tomorrow at this time I can finally tell when it goes away.
yeah, but I've weaned myself down to 2 a day, so I'm taking 1 milligram a day, and I break them in half.
Klonopin did nothing for me. Prozac did nothing for me. They tried me on all that different stuff out there. None of it did anything except Xanax. Valium works, but it's only for panic attacks. They work for like 30 minutes, and the Valium goes away.
Yep.
Oh man, Valium knocks me out cold for a day. 24 hours of silence for me.
I got a weird chemistry.
I'm real sensitive to medications.
Mom was too, and she could take a Tylenol and make her high as hell. And I told her, "You're so lucky."
Yeah. Yeah.
It would kill all her pain, just regular Tylenol, make her goopy, giddy, and she could sleep real good. And then, like, she had said it scared her, though, because if it's that kind of reaction, it could stop her heart or something. I said, I guess it could.
Yeah.
Chuck, I got the same thing you have. I got bipolar, PTSD, got a few more, and yeah, all of that together does not do good.
I just thought I had a bad temper when I went to see the disability doctors, and they don't give you anything. He drove me, and then by the time I left his office and he said all the issues I had, that made me feel horrible. That really kicked in depression. Vicky freaked out because I walked out. I guess I had tears in my eyes. My face was white. She left the room because he really drilled me pretty hard with, how does that make you feel? And he'd bring something up, well, how does that make you feel? Like my dad died when I was 27. Well, how does that make you feel that you didn't have your father around for the rest of your life? I'm like, that's a question. He kept asking. Finally, I got mad. He goes, I really want you to express to me, even if you're loud, how you really feel. And Vicky goes, I'm going to go sit out in the truck. She said she could hear me. I slammed my hands down on the desk. I said, I feel like snatching you across that desk and just getting in your face and slapping the piss out of you and telling you how it makes me feel. I said, you're gouging. You said, you're tormenting me to the point of pissing me off. And he said he could tell already. He just wanted to see my reaction. And then in the sealed letter, the judge opened up during my disability, said that I have zero tolerance and cannot play well with others.
Mine is, and I've never hurt anybody in my life. Mine is, I'm a threat to myself and others. And how am I that? I ain't never hurt nobody.
I don't rage on nobody, don't hurt anybody. And I try to get away from people when I get that away. But just give me 2 or 3 minutes and I'm fine.
Yeah.
I am so sorry for all of y'all's losses. So many people have lost loved ones during all this.
Yep.
It's horrible.
What's sad is the majority of them it happened because they thought they were helping themselves.
Well, and these that didn't get to go into the hospitals at least tell their family bye. And what's even worse is when all this comes out and people find out that they could have stayed alive, but the government didn't want them to, you know.
That stuff they give you when you're on their ventilator, that's what finishes it.
Yes.
The REM
Because
stuff.
most of them didn't even know. They didn't even know how to use one, and it said they were. That was horrible. I just don't even want to talk about it.
They would force it in, and then they'd overpressurize it, shoving the infections deeper, and but they were under, and they didn't react to it. And then they give them the other stuff, and it kind of like sealed the deal.
Yep. Yeah,
I was scared to go to the hospital and stuff. I mean, the time that I did, I made sure they showed me the bottle, that whatever they were fixing to give me, because I didn't trust them not to just give me that stuff and tell me they didn't.
No, Cindy, I never ever would have believed we'd be where we are today. That's absolutely true.
What's the best way to describe me when my stuff all goes wacky? It's kind of like being on a merry-go-round and a Ferris wheel while a roller coaster is involved with it. That's the way everything comes at you.
Yes.
You know,
But you know
no,
what?
go ahead, Bonnie.
Um, when I almost died 3 years ago, four, 3 or 4, whenever it was, 2008, 18. Uh, ever since then, I have been calmer than ever, and I swear it's just because I got closer to God. It just has to be because I don't know. I don't know if it's when you come that close. It's like it, I wasn't afraid. The panic and anxiety, it makes you afraid of dying. So it was kind of weird that I wasn't afraid, and it was just I was at peace with it. But then my girls weren't, so they were force feeding me and doing everything to keep me alive. But it was just weird, and I keep wondering why. Why am I still here? What? I think I know my purpose, but I'm not sure. But I'm telling you, this community, this internet community, has kept me sane. I think it it can get stressful and it can get um, cruel sometimes, but the really good ones, so appreciated.
Yes, I'm not too much of going out there having a bunch of friends. I don't know why. I have a couple, but since it's easier for me to do it this way because I don't like being around people when they're getting really loud and stuff like that. It makes my nerves go crazy. It's like going shopping. I'm not the girl to go in there and try on clothes and stay in there forever. I go in there, get what I got to get, and get out.
And that's the way I am. Stay at the front of the store. If it's in the back, stay in the girls. I can't. Yeah.
It seems like everybody talking around you, and it seems like it all runs together, and it makes me feel like I'm in a corner and I can't get out.
Yeah.
Well, Bonnie, I'm fixing to drop down. I love y'all. I love everyone in chat,
Okay.
and
Love you
I'll see you
too.
later. Thank you for letting me come up, Bonnie.
Love you. Talk to you later.
All right.
Take care, Krista.
You too.
Yeah, Victor, I think it did. It because it's been an uphill battle ever since, and so it's made me push harder. And because man, I have never been a sit on my butt person ever. It was I waitressed. Every job I had, I was on my feet doing the newspapers and working. It was just on my feet all the time. And when that kicked me on my butt, it was like, no. At first, I thought I was going to go crazy, especially when I lost my eyesight too, because I couldn't even read. So it was just laying here, just waiting.
Yeah, it gets me with all the issues I got. The more I got to digging into this stuff, kept me. It keeps me calm. You think I'd be tripping over it or something, but nope. A lot of people say, "Well, how can you know all this and see this and that, and have all that stuff that you won't tell people?" And how does it? I just
Yeah.
I think the not knowing's worse than knowing.
About everything that's going on.
Yep.
Yeah, I would agree to that. Some of it's kind of hard to stomach and take, but we have to know to protect our kids and the generations and the community that we're living in. And wow, Victor.
I know where Crystal went. Jeremy's fixing to go live.
Oh, okay. Well, if everybody wants to move to Jeremy's, we can.
I don't go over there. Nobody really says a whole lot. A few of the mods and stuff talk, but I don't ever get on their panel much either.
Yeah. Well, it gets kind of crazy, and I think I went up there once and just kind of sat there, and then I got off. Cindy, how did I help you? Just sitting here yakking. I mean,
It's kind of calm out there. Sounds like my water buckets. A lot of them are full out there. Or they're tubs. They're the big tubs. I got 5 of them sitting under the edge of my storage building roof.
oh, good. Yep.
Yeah, Victor, that sucks. Hell of a lesson to keep you calm, but I feel for you, bud. Never had brothers or sisters, so I never could relate to why they can't get along, and then I never can relate to the having them either, though.
Well, I don't know what the difference is there. I have 6 kids, and yeah, those kids will argue and stuff, and now that we're taking care of my parents, and it's just me and my daughter Laura and Tatum, so Laura gets kind of frustrated at her siblings because they're not doing anything to help, but that's about the extent of them arguing. They're really close knit, but I have a half sister and a half brother. But growing up, I had 3 brothers. 2 were step, and once divorced, they were gone. But my sister and I used to be really, really close. She's 9 years younger than me, and now she won't speak to me at all because I'm the tin hat crazy. And but my brother in California, of all places, he's he he's the one who kept telling me, make sure you vote for Trump. It's like, why? And um, then whenever I started looking into it, okay, I can see why. And so we get along okay, except for when it comes to my mother. And he thinks he knows everything, being 2,000 miles away, and he doesn't have a clue. I think he's in denial because he lost his father last year or the year before, and that just crushed him. And I think he's afraid of us losing our mama, and which is understandable.
Hey, George.
He'll be here next week. Is that who End of the World is?
Yeah.
George?
Yep.
Okay. Welcome in, George. You want to come up and visit? Everybody here's just talking in chat. Victor, I didn't get to read the rest of that one. Yeah, I can't. I think it'd be really hard on my kids. Well, if I was still sane, then it'd be hard to watch my kids go through losing one of their siblings.
Huh. I didn't even notice you had a peeper in the back room.
A peeper?
Yeah. Private.
Oh, yeah. Earlier.
Yeah, I didn't even notice until just now. Yeah, the main thing, a lot of family that, like family reunions, since my grandmother died on my dad's side, the whole family don't really talk. Even brothers and sisters in Tennessee don't talk much.
Yeah, and that's the problem. That's what the girls are so mad about is, um, you know, parents. Well, are supposed to be there for you, and so then once they need the help, it's you turn around and you do what you can to help them. And I mean, Tatum even left her job, and she's been applying at a couple of places, but she wants to be free to help them if they need it, driving them or whatever.
Yeah, they should be willing to help their grandparents, but also that she shouldn't tell her she shouldn't really try to knock them since they're not. Just not everybody sees the same position as everybody else.
Yeah,
Some people are just so overwhelmed. It's like I tell a lot of people, it's not a matter of time. It's you taking the time. It's a priority thing. It's not your time is too wound up. It only takes 10 seconds to text somebody or a 2-minute call or something like that.
that's true.
Me and my mom always argued, and I missed the argument. Now I couldn't stand it. Right before she died, she got really, really bad. But the doctor even said that he thought, and I thought she had dementia because she'd break in when she got mad. She'd just get all really, really pissed off. She'd cuss and say the F word and everything. My mom was never like that. I told the doctor about it, and he said he's seen how her temper was, and she wasn't that way 5 years earlier. And he goes, "You can ask me to have her tested, but if she doesn't want to be tested for it, I can't make her get tested for it."
That's good right there. Okay, Troll Squad Airsoft.
Don't know who that is.
We'll see how you act. had an account since 17, so I don't know. We'll see. So,
Had a scared little boy that just finally came out from under the couch.
what are you talking about?
That cat of mine.
Oh.
He's scared to death of storms. Don't like rain.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's a little easier to forgive my mother because she was really sickly most of my life. So um, some of the
Yeah,
things were hard to forgive, but yeah,
a lot of the stuff you have to forgive, not to make them feel better, to make yourself feel better. Because as long as you carry that with you, it's going to affect you.
exactly. And that's why I did it because it was, um, it's, yeah, I did it for me and for my grandmother because my grandmother saw what was going on and she's the one that pretty much raised me.
Yeah, I tell a lot of people. I had a buddy of mine that used to ask me, he goes, when this certain people do things, how can you hate somebody so bad to get that way towards them? I said, I'm not treating them bad. I'm treating them accordingly. And I don't hate them. I don't care. It's just, I'm showing them how it feels with what they do.
Yeah.
To me, hating somebody's spending time you don't have.
Night, George. Thanks for coming by.
See you later, bud.
Yeah. Well, families have spread so far apart now too. Like my dad, he was 15 years in Japan and then 15 years in Turkey and didn't come back till they said he had a week to live. And by the grace of God, he's still alive, but he moved to Florida. So my brother's in California, father's in Florida, and
Hey, Cindy.
they just spread apart.
Yeah, I don't understand. I used to be so envious of all my cousins, the way all they act. We go to my grandmother's house in Tennessee and for the holidays, and all the family would be there, all the cousins and aunts and uncles.
Oh.
And then, like, all my cousins said that they thought I had it so good being the only child. And I'm like, you never realize how lonely it is when, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you got to stay in. And
Yeah.
they'd be mad at each other, and I didn't understand that, and I'd get on them. And a bunch of them wanted me to move there and buy my grandmother's house. And because they told me that I was just a stubborn enough asshole that I'd kept the family together, because if they didn't show up for a function, that I'd go to their house and drag them to the car and make them go.
You need to stop freaking humping these.
Oh my goodness, Garrett. I'm so sorry. Well, it's amazing what we've all been through, and here we are. That's what I keep saying. We were the rebels. We were the
Yeah.
ones who never followed the rules in school, and never followed any rules, really.
Yeah, I went in there earlier and I was just going to lay down for a few minutes with Vicky at about 4 o'clock. I ended up falling asleep till 7:30.
Oh, wow. You probably needed it. Were you over at Rescues last night?
Amen. Garrett, my dad died in like 92, 93. I was 27 years old.
Yeah. I didn't know my dad very well till I grew up.
My mom went to Catholic school from kindergarten to graduation, and her whole attitude, she was kind of like, I don't know if you've ever been around any of the nuns, how pissy they are, or they got a weird sense of humor kind of thing. That's the way mom was. Dad would do things like me and Vicky, I'd be at work and he'd come and find out that I had, like, he'd go bring the mail up and he'd see the electric bill. Instead of him bringing it in the house, he'd go up to the place and he'd pay our electric bill or something without even asking. He didn't say he was getting involved. He'd just tell Vicky, I paid your electric bill. So if you or the babies need any food or any clothes or shoes, or if you want to get them some toys, go ahead and do it. You got some free money.
Mm-hmm.
He just like, but he was the type to see somebody out from a store that needed something. He'd give them money to get shoes or whatever. But he lived through the Depression. A lot of people don't realize that kind of stuff, what it's like not to have.
Well, yeah. And that's what my grandmother did too. And that's what she taught me. I can remember washing out the Ziploc baggies and reusing them. And we canned everything and we grew everything. And
yeah, my grandma was like that. Like, she didn't even believe in replacing the mason jar lids when she canned.
Yep.
She clean them and bleach them, and then I'd see her, she looked like some kind of wax or something to keep the plastic soft on them. And
yep, it was probably that. It was probably that. What was it called? Paraffin.
Yeah.
That you would use like on jellies and stuff. Yeah.
She's like, ain't nothing wrong with them. They're fine.
Yep. And so she wanted a storage shed to keep her canned goods in, and she got out there with a pickaxe, and me and my brother, and we built a rock storage shed because we have a lot of rock around here.
Yeah.
And then she decided, well, I might as well do the porch too, and built a porch with the steps and everything out of rock. And she was lugging those rocks like they were nothing. And she was just amazing to me. When she was 75, I had to make her quit climbing on the roof to trim the tree limbs because she just wouldn't stop. Excuse me.
Yeah, flash flood warnings south of me, but in Louisiana. They might have one here.
Hey, Black Wax.
Hey, Bonnie, Chuck. How you doing?
Not
a whole lot. answer your question to siblings, I quit when I was a kid trying to deal with my sister. I haven't stopped yet. Just don't talk. Sometimes that's all there is.
Yeah.
That's like my boys with my daughter. They say, I love my sister. If I can love her way over here.
Yeah. Sometimes I think they're right. The boy favors the mother and the girl favors the father. She is just like him. So
Yes. I've seen that.
I just forget it. I haven't talked to her in years. And that was only because I had to. We had to. She always says, "What's the plan?" I said, "The plan was I'm born, I make $1,000 a day, and I retire and I'm happy. How's that?" You know.
Wow.
No, I mean, what's the plan for your life? Everything I
Yeah.
want. Come on. I just have to click my heels and I got it. But that's the way she is. I know where she got it. She got it out of her first marriage that lasted about 11 months. And she's right, but only in that way for her. Anyway, I know what you mean by psychology or psychiatric tests, Chuck. They push you to do.
Yeah, he was trying to see how far he can get me over the edge. I guess he wanted me to get a full reaction, and he got it.
Well, I went when they put me on Prozac. That made me crazy. I'm telling you, crazy. I went.
Same.
I
And didn't
went.
know why either, huh?
Yeah, I went to the mental hospital and I said, "Please put me in." And they're like, "Why?" And told them everything, and they just sat there and laughed at me and they said, "Go home. You're not crazy. Get off that medicine." I'm like, "You don't understand."
I had really bad mood spikes, as bad as they could be. I wasn't violent. I was just super pissy. And then I'd be fine 4 or 5 hours after I took it. Vicky brought it to my attention, and I was like, oh, and she goes, that medicine you're taking, what is it? And I got to looking at it, and I talked to the doctor, and he goes, some people it has an adverse effect.
Yeah, it did me.
When they looked at something like that in my early 20s or mid 20s, you start paying attention to people, other people. I have never heard a success story with Prozac, not one. It's always been negative.
Yeah.
But
No,
that's
they could have.
one of the first ones they go to.
Yeah.
I can't remember the name of that stuff that they give kids. Ritalin. Ritalin, all that is a legal speed. And
Yeah.
it works on ADD kids because it works reversed to help them focus. But anybody else that doesn't have the issue, it's like they took cocaine.
Really. Absolutely.
Yeah, it messed up my oldest son. They put him on that, and he was dyslexic, and so we were having to take him to a neurologist, and they finally uh, started doing tests on him and did the EEG and everything, and come to find out he was having petit mal seizures, like not the shaking and everything, but where you just look off into space and don't remember nothing. And I was like, well, heck, I do that. If I'm on a long drive, I'll be like, wow, I'm already this far down the road. What happened to the middle? Oh no. It but he broke out with a rash, had a bad reaction to it, so got him off of that, and I didn't get him put on anything else. I was like, no, he don't need these drugs.
On one hand, I get my sister. She can't deal with, what I have. There's just been too much of it, I guess. Yeah, I never asked her. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. There's for depression, St. John's wort. That's an herb, and I never tried it. Of course, I find out about all this natural stuff years later.
Yeah.
But
that's why I like cooking so much. I start cooking unless somebody comes and messes with me. I hate it as soon as I get in the kitchen. Everybody wants to get in there and get in the way.
yeah.
I lose it, but if you leave me alone, my vices when I'm cooking or something, it's like I love it during the holidays to get in there and do it. It puts me in a happy place, I guess.
Yeah. Tina, yeah. When they did my son's IQ, his IQ was like 145.
Do you remember the name of the test they used? Did it start with an R? Roche? Can't think of the name. Starts with an R.
That what you just said kind of sounds familiar, but I'm not real sure. Because he was the oldest, and my youngest, she had to go through so much testing physically and mentally, and so it's hard to remember everything from my son.
Sorry. My point was this. That's what Einstein took, which he was, 162. Stephen Hawking's, all of them. Now they're finding out it's invalid. Yeah. No results are valid with that. So.
Yeah. Well, Einstein was autistic also.
Yeah, do you know the story to him at his death?
No, I don't.
They wanted to study his brain, and the family denied it. He was buried without it. They found out many years later.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, stupid, eh? This hemisphere is different than that one. I don't know. But
I was tested as a child for all that stuff to see if I had issues, and they came up with it. If I knew it or understood it, it was already boring to me. That's why I wouldn't apply myself.
Yes, that's the way few of my kids were. They were not teaching fast enough for them, and they would get bored and just shut down. And that's.
I'd be like, can I just take the test because I already understand this? No, you have to do this. You have to do the homework. So needless to say, I'd do bad in class, wouldn't do the homework or have to it. But I would ace the test.
you look at repetition, you see The Great Escape, where they put not Paul Newman, Steve McQueen in the cooler, and he takes his ball in his glove. That's the only time I can see someone doing that repetitiously and not get bored. Who doesn't get bored? The same thing over and over again.
Oh yeah.
All them years of me doing mechanic work, the only thing that being repetitious about it that made me better at it and didn't lose interest, because I always finding a faster or better or a different way of doing it, trying to improve how I do it.
Just the way you worded that, Linda. That's interesting. I didn't know there was any left after. That Steve McQueen was a racer.
Yes, he
Yeah,
was.
he was
He also rode motorcycles, and he also
wasn't he an actor?
almost stole Patrick Swayze's wife. And I think for Patrick Swayze's sake, he should have let her go. But anyway, yes, he was a racer.
Wasn't he an actor too?
There was a lot of those. Do you remember Chuck? They looked like cobras, and they had the chrome roll bar behind the driver. That
Yeah,
type
you're talking about the GT 500.
something like that. Yeah,
Talking about the bullet car.
yeah, something like. There was also a short-lived. They called it a chaparral.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was into all that. That's why he did the bike deal and the greatest.
The Cobras, the Shelbys, I can't remember the other one. There's one that looked almost like a Corvette looking thing. That it was a Ford. It was built kind of like a Le Mans-ish car. I don't know if that's the one you're talking about. That was like a two-seater that had the little roll bar that was small that just fit over your back of the driver's head.
It seems like my dad had one XR something or a shoot. I can't remember. My sister totaled it when she was 14.
Oh yeah, XR7.
Yeah, Garrett, if you look at the Great Escape, when they put him in the cooler, he's got the baseball cap or baseball and the mitt, and that's how he spends his time solitaire.
Bouncing the ball off the wall.
Yeah. I don't think in reality they ever gave you something like that. You're in the box.
Yeah.
That's it. But anyway, Hollywood.
Yeah. Silence, I think, can be a pretty bad enemy. Complete, utter silence.
Sensory deprivation. I'll get it out.
Yes.
Sensory.
Right? Well, I say that. I'm sorry, what?
I have a constant ringing in my left ear, and I sleep better with noise.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I get that white noise of a hissing, ringing noise in that one ear all the time. It's kind of maddening. Like right now, it's quiet except us talking, and I can hear it just still. It's like a high-pitched squealing tire going flat.
I don't think I experienced that. I mean, I can hear my crickets. Sometimes that gets to sounding like something like that. But yeah, when I sleep, I turn on Pandora, Christian music.
I just put Bonnie rerun videos on, and I can sleep for a couple hours. not when they're live. Not when they're live.
Bore you to death, huh?
I put on like them unsolved murder mystery things. A buddy of mine calls it murder porn. It gives you weird dreams, but I like the drone of the people just talking about this, looking for that, going to these people's house, checking this and this.
Uh-oh. Hey, David. You see David's comment? It's the beginning of hearing loss.
Yeah, tinnitus. Yeah, that's what it's called. I couldn't remember the name of it. I got it from combination of all the loud music, working in shops, and the last one that got me was taking my boys out when I had AR-15 and I was letting them learn to shoot. And I was walking around and standing facing my middle son. I was to the side of him, but facing him as he shot. And I was right next to the AR where the gas relief is, where basically the air comes out and the loud noise when it fires, what don't go down the barrel comes out the side. And it hit me on the side of my ear, blew my hat off my head.
Oh my goodness.
That ear's been squealed. It was squealed. It used to squeal really bad. And I couldn't hear out of it. It's gotten better, but
yeah,
I can hear just fine out of it. It's just a constant, just a with a E with it.
Yep. That's I used to worry about that cruising around with my kids because we would crank up the radio, but I never had the extra speakers and tweeters and all that stuff in there. It was just the regular car radio, but it could get pretty loud. But I'd roll the windows down and try to make it where it wasn't too bad because they kept telling me, yelling, "Turn it up, Mom, turn it up."
Where Vicky lived when we met, she could hear me 3/4 of a mile away. It was about 10 blocks away that she could hear once I turned off one road, but still a good ways away from her. They could be in the house with TV on it. She goes, "Here comes Chuck." She'd be outside all excited.
Oh my goodness.
Back in them days, she'd dive off the porch into my arms and shit. And I'm like, "Oh, you just haven't seen me for 8 hours or whatever, like I'd be at work."
Aw.
And I'm like, I had the other day, "Why don't you come running to me and dive on me off the porch anymore?" She goes, "I'd probably break your back and you'd fall and drop and finish me."
Yeah.
You know, I was listening to last night's, and I have the visual issues. Don't take offense, T-Dog. I don't want issues. I'm across the river. But does he look like Forrest Gump when he went for his run? When he walks in the court and he said, "Wow, we got this guy," until he starts talking. He's got a beard and all that, doesn't he? It was saying.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to them, he looks like a hillbilly or mountain man or I don't know, whatever they want to label.
Remember?
And
sorry.
So he tries for that look. He'll grow his hair out. And,
do you remember Forrest Gump when he went for the run? He thought, "Well, I ran this far, I'll keep on running." And somebody brings him a shirt, wipe the mud off, and it gets the happy face. But I could still see that, the long hair, the beard.
He goes, he told, "Ooh, you stepped in dog crap." He goes, "It happens." What? He goes, "Shit." He goes, "Yep." And that's where they put "shit happens" on the shirt.
It happens, you know. And Watergate and all that. That was a really good movie.
I got 2 P. I drank 12 Dr. Peppers.
That's a lot of them.
Then he goes, "What do you say?" The president asked, "What do you say?" I think he said he had to pee.
I had to laugh at the guy at the bus stop. He said, "I've been sitting beside a millionaire all this time." And he didn't believe it. He, what was it, shrimp? Bubblegum shrimp.
Yeah, my boys loved that show back when they were kids, when that first come out. As soon as they get off the bus and come home from school, they'd watch it till the end. If it was raining, bad weather, their buddies would come over, they'd sit there and watch it again and watch it daily. They do that.
Forrest Gump?
Yep. That. The Breakfast Club, they'd watch over and over, and a couple other ones.
Oh, I love the Breakfast Club. Yes.
What I found really funny was he plays that Tom Hanks really well, and he's got Sergeant Dan over his shoulder, whether Sergeant Dan wanted to go or not.
Yeah.
He was going to get everybody out.
"I love you, Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant Dan, you got new legs."
Yeah, Lieutenant, that was right. Do you know how they do that so he looks like he lost his leg?
I think the CGI, I think the wheelchair had a green screen under it, and he had his legs through the bottom or something, didn't he? Or was sitting on them or something.
Sometimes in the old days, you used to actually strap your knees back. You're like a wishbone, believe it or not. Can you imagine 2 hours like that? Oh my God.
No.
Not now.
Not now, they don't. Green screen.
I know, I'm saying I'd be a cripple if I tried to do that now. I'd do that, and that's probably the way they'd stay.
Yeah.
If I kneel down to look something in the lower cabinet, if I don't do it just right, I get a cramp in my thigh that feels like somebody's trying to pull it out.
If you look at the making of Wizard of Oz, it was quite something. It never made a profit for over 20 years. You know, how they made that. But
Yeah,
anyway,
they really looked like they were going somewhere, and that was all the small stage area.
yeah, that was quite a thing. I think it cost them $39 million at the time. I could be corrected, but about that. And who starred in it? Oh, the girl that starred in it. Oh, what's her name? Come on, somebody help me. I can't think of it.
Who are you talking about?
Starred in The Wizard of Oz.
Judy Garland?
Yeah, Judy Garland. She got that. She was almost passed up for the role. The other actress was a little bit older, if you get my drift, and it wouldn't look like a younger girl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's another famous actress. I can't think of it. Child actress.
You talking about Shirley Temple?
Yeah, in that period. Judy Garland, Shirley Temple. A few of them.
Oh, I love Shirley Temple.
Do you remember the black-haired kid that always parted his hair, had his pants up around his shoulders, and he had the little piece of black hair sticking up?
Alfalfa.
Alfalfa, yeah.
I took my son when they were going to make the first remake, or maybe it was the first movie of The Little Rascals in San Antonio. They had a contest for those parts, and I took my son because he had a natural cowlick where his hair stood up like that naturally, and he had the freckles on his face and his ears kind of stuck out. He looked the part. And so I took him down there to see if he could get the part. And once I saw how it was being done, we got tired of waiting. We just left. And then my daughter wanted to be in a commercial, and they were having a screening for this commercial in San Antonio. Took her down there, and they were looking for the ones who had training and coaching and all of that. So she didn't fit that. So we just left there. But I'm glad now that I didn't get any of them into any of that.
Yeah, because that would have been a bad way. There was
Yeah.
all the perverts and pedos.
We didn't know it back then.
Mm-hmm.
I sure didn't.
When you get older, you understand where it says, "Get away from me, kid, you bother me."
Yeah, The Little Rascals, my favorite one was that little fat boy. Don't call me Norman, call me Chubsy Ubsy. I think the little Porky, the other one, I liked him too.
Love you, Victor. God bless you. You have a good night.
See you later, Victor.
Wasn't WC exactly like that in real life? I think they said couldn't stand kids.
Who was that?
WC.
WC Field.
Oh.
Go away, kid, you bother me.
I was reading this thing today about Clint Eastwood. I guess his first big movie was Josie Wales. I think there's more to the title of that, but
Yeah, because before all that, he was just on like Rawhide, and then he did all the spaghetti westerns in the '60s and early '70s.
Yeah.
Josie Wales was really the actual big one, because the other ones, I don't think they paid him that much like the other movies.
Well, and because of that movie, because he had a fight with the director, they couldn't get along at all, and so he decided he was going to direct it himself. So they made this. They even call it the Clint Eastwood rule, and you would think it's honoring him, and it's not. It's saying that no actors can uh, direct their own movies anymore. That like, and I thought, well, that's just crap.
I think he directed the one where Right Turn, Clyde. What they call that one?
Um,
My mind, like he had that monkey. Every Which Way But Loose.
yes, the orangutan.
When I was a kid, I loved him and that one guy that put his teeth in the glass of that bar, and that girl freaked out.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want that life. I wouldn't want that life of an actor. Drive you crazy. Very few end up, from beginning to end with a relatively normal life.
Yeah.
I almost got drug into it in the '80s before me and Vicky met. My uncle, a friend of his, was Jeff Gossett, the barefoot kicker for the Cleveland Browns, and he hunted with my uncle, and he was getting something done. I can't remember what my uncle was doing for him. When he showed up to look at it, and when I was outside, he's like, "Damn, you're tall." He goes, "You don't play ball?" I'm like, "No, why?" He goes, "Well, I'm so and so." I said, "I've seen you barefoot." He kicked field goals barefoot, and he grabbed the ball out of his car and said he'd throw the ball to me and want to see I could run and see if he could catch me to tackle me, and as fast as I was. And he's like, "If you sign a contract," he goes, "I can give you a 10-year contract, $1 million a year. You'd be fourth string." And I laughed at him because it was the Cleveland Browns. And me and Vicky weren't married. She goes, "We'd been married." She goes, "I'd have kicked you in your ass." Because it was even, he said he's going to closet. If they moved me up and start using me, my pay would go up. It would never go away. He goes, "You show up one time and they decide they don't want you, they still owe you the full contract."
Yeah.
And I said no. And then another buddy of mine that was my best man at my wedding, he was into wrestling. He knew a lot of the big men never made it big. And he introduced me a lot of them. They tried to get me into wrestling, wanted me to be one of the bad guys, and I wouldn't do it.
Mm.
Vicky's like, "Why did you want to play football? Why did you get into that?" I said, "Most of them football players are addicted on 72 kind of drugs, and they let them shoot all this stuff in them so they could play." And
yeah.
I said, "You give me millions of dollars and all them drugs around, and you can guarantee you we won't be together long."
Did you hear about, it was this, I don't know his name. I think he's in California somewhere. The second stringer or third stringer or whatever. He had his girlfriend in a car. He rear-ended somebody at 153 miles per hour.
Damn.
Tennessee Ridge Runner. Oh goodness.
Ridge Runner, you got to push them up and together.
And Cindy, I totally agree with that statement. So, but I want to know how. That's my big question. How?
Hey, Bonnie. I thought
Oh,
this would be easier than trying to type in everything, but no, Clint
I can
Eastwood.
barely hear you, Garrett. What's
Okay,
going
I'm
on?
sorry. Can you hear me better now?
A little bit.
Okay, if I need to, I will check my
Oh, there you
settings.
go.
Okay. No, Clint Eastwood is his first Yeah, he was in Rawhide and all that stuff on TV. And then his first actual role, where he took over, like you were talking about, directing it himself, was
Mm-hmm.
A Man with No Name. And
Mm.
that Sergio Leone's whatever Dollars trilogy. So Man with No Name, and then Fistful of Dollars, and all that stuff came out of that. Those were all those movies. Those were all his movies, but those were all actually filmed in like Italy and Spain. And then Outlaw Josie Wales was his first American film movie.
Oh, okay.
So you're right. That's his first American film, but he did have a couple before he came over here. But that's why they called them spaghetti westerns, because they were all in Italy and Spain and everything.
Right.
So yeah, it's kind of cool. I mean, he's been going for years. He's been doing it for a long dang time, and he's still doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what they said, you know. It's not like it hurt him any being in that.
No, he's
Asked
had a
about
good
it.
career. It's been great. I love the guy. It's awesome.
Yeah.
His newest
Well,
movie, Cry Macho, I think came out. It's been less than a year, I think, but Cry Macho, maybe just a couple months ago, came out. I haven't seen it quite yet because I'm behind the times. But yeah, he just did his latest one, Cry Macho. He stars in it, and he also directed it. And he's like 90. What is he? 92, 93 years old.
Yeah, something like that.
goodness. And smoked like a train.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I like Gran Torino. Get off my lawn.
Get off. Yeah, get off my.
Just everything. When he was hungry, went in slinging, cleaning up that town.
They call me nobody.
That might be it.
Man with No Name.
Yeah.
Or High Plains Drifter, or one of them.
Plains Drifter. You got Outlaw Josie Wales. Of course, you already said that one. You've got The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly.
Yeah.
Fistful of Dollars. I think I already said that one.
Wonder if I still
was in True Grit. That was John Wayne was in the original one.
Yeah.
Um,
So he did a True Grit too?
No. He was never in True Grit. That was John Wayne did the original. Actually, it wasn't even John Wayne that did the original. Yeah, it was. Yeah, John Wayne was the original True Grit, and then the second one is actually Jeff Bridges.
Here you go. This is one of my phone ringtones.
Yep. Yep, that's The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. We're all shooting in the dark here. No, Clint Eastwood had a ton of good, great westerns.
Yeah.
I love them all. I still watch them. My wife hates when I put them on. My daughter does too. But I watch westerns all the time, and I get yelled at, because I'm watching them.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's all my stepfather watches. He sits there from the time he wakes up till he goes to bed, watching westerns. My mother gets so tired of westerns, she could just scream.
Hear it?
Yes.
Buy a second TV. The hell with it. Let them watch what they want. That's what I do.
I've got TVs in 3 rooms. They can go find their own TV.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got a 75-inch in the front room that nobody watches.
Yeah, that's how we are. I think ours is it's either a 54-inch or a 60-inch, and it's got surround sound and the whole 9 yards. And there's a nice sectional couch and love seat and the whole 9 yards, coffee table. Hell, we're never out there. Nobody goes out there. We got a TV in the kitchen and we got a TV in our bedroom. And that's the
My
only
grandson, when he comes over, he gets on it and he finds the way to get on the internet through it. He watches videos. Autistic and like 7 years old, he can do all that. take a TV he's never been on, don't know nothing about. He found how to manipulate the remote for it, found YouTube through it, connected it to the internet, and watches his own videos.
Do you remember when not the projector ones, the other TVs first came out? So you wander into Best Buy, whatever, in the dark rooms, and the guy's talking to you like it's the greatest thing since sliced bread. And I said, $6,000 for a TV. And they were about 50-inch.
Hang on a second.
Remember when Best Buy had that back wall that was all connected together? When you could watch a movie from the front of the store, and it covered all the screens up there.
Yeah, it was a dark room, completely black, and you walk, between rooms. It had all the TVs in there, the big ones.
They had like 15 or 20 TVs together, and it made it like one giant screen.
Yeah, like that movie. I can't think of it now. There's a movie with a villain, like Darth Vader type of thing. It's on the projection, like what you said, Chuck. I can't think of the movie now.
He had a buddy of mine, he died a couple of years ago, but his dad worked. I guess he was some boss, and him and his dad and his mom divorced early, and she did something and told him she didn't need his money, didn't want his money, he wasn't going to see his kids, so he saved all this money up, never paid child support. He tried to get a hold of her, and she wouldn't do it. So he made all this money, lived a well life. They grew up in a trailer park, and his dad called over, wanted to help him do something for him one day, and he told his dad that he didn't want nothing or didn't expect nothing out of him. So his dad his sister was the same way, and I guess his dad took that money that he'd been saving for them all them years and did a $120,000 renovation on part of his house, had added on to, and built a 20-seat theater in there, just so when his son when John, my buddy, would go there, or his sister, that he could watch movies and spend time with them, and they wouldn't go there and watch movies with him.
Have you ever gone to an IMAX theater? In school, we went to the first one up here, and we got 20 seats by 60. And it was a bush plane up north. Almost made you sick. You thought the whole seat thing was turning with the plane. There's something else, IMAX. Does anyone remember Tom Cruise? I think his first movie called Legend when he was a kid.
Legend of the Fall.
No, Legend it was called. It was a fantasy movie, if you will.
Was that with Nicole Kidman?
No, he was 14, and anyway, it's on the
It's like
set.
Peter Pan, Dungeons and Dragons kind of movie.
So it was about a unicorn, and the gremlins cut off the unicorn, like it lays down, and it cuts off the horn and starts using for its magic, and I don't know. Nobody remembers that. I think that must have been.
I remember seeing it.
Yeah, like she drops a ring into the pool, and he dives in after it into the pond.
Oh, from 1985.
Something like that. Legend. It was a good movie if you want to get your mind off reality,
Legend of the Fall or something.
No, just Legend. No, I'm looking at it right now. Just Legend, 1985.
Legends of the Fall with Brad Pitt was the big.
Yeah.
The big, I don't know, ranch, and his father has a stroke, and he has a shotgun. And do you remember that one, Legends of the Fall? That was a really good movie. And at the end of it, I think there's a black guy that they have as a hand, which is like family. And the police come out on their crooked, on like Model Ts, and they go to pull out their guns, their rifles, and whoever the father was in Legend of the Fall had a big fur coat on. He pulled a shotgun out. Needless to say that they just hit the cars.
Me in 1980, I was 15, so figure 81. My dad got me a license that I could drive him around at 14 or 15, so because he was disabled. But I had that license some, but I had to have him with me. But by the time I turned 16, I was too busy chasing girls, going to concerts, and partying. That pretty much any movie up till after me and Vicky got married, started having kids. When I calmed down, there was a big gap in a lot of stuff back then.
Was that the 80s, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, the 80s. Lord. I remember them.
Ready? I'm about to make you all feel really old. Here it comes. I was born in August of 81.
I bought my first, I only had 3. I had to move to Newmarket. I bought my first new build house, brand new house. I had to.
August is 65 here.
Yeah, it makes you feel old.
You babies. Yeah. Sitting there, you babies.
Come on, Bob. Where were you born?
Yeah.
Me?
Either one of you. You guys are left. Chuck and I both said it. Chuck was 65. I was 81.
I think Bonnie's born like 60.
Long before that. Let's put it that way.
Black Watch, I could see you about 40. And Bonnie, I'm thinking you were born in what? 89, 90?
Don't answer that, Bonnie.
Hey. 89. Yeah, that sounds good.
Garrett, how many women have you asked their age and you survived the encounter?
See, I've got this whole thing. I've got a computer screen in front of me. I don't have a woman standing here, so I don't have to worry about that.
Oh, Bonnie goes, I want to relive the 80s. I want to go back to the 80s. I go, no.
Oh, yes.
That was not a good time.
Yes, it was. It was the best time of my life.
Around 86 started to turn around for me.
Well, Cindy, if it's true, then I'm like 85. I got the mind of the teenager and the body of a corpse.
Yeah, I think we all do.
Yeah, I'm immature as hell. I still act like a young teenager, but my body does not keep up.
No.
Yeah.
I grow old, but I don't grow up.
Exactly.
That's it. That's what I keep saying. I'm going to be a Toys R Us kid till I die.
Do that. You remember going to Toys R Us and just playing with all the damn toys that were laying out? That was old.
Every Christmas when I was Christmas shopping for my kids. I always wanted to do everything first.
I mean, I would do that for a whole day, honestly. If they were still open and they were still going, whatever, I would love to just go do that for like a whole day, like a Saturday. Just go do it the whole day.
I don't know about the oops. I think we were all sort of oops. I don't think any of our parents like sat down and think we're going to have this kid by March.
Well, my mom did. She planned me. She had me named from the time she was little bitty.
You know, I think
Mom wanted to name me Russell Allen. Dad said it sounded like a fag and he wouldn't have no part of it.
You know, I think the greatest thing you can tell a woman getting married is never kill a little boy and your husband, or you'll lose him. That's very true.
Oh, yeah. You don't do that to anybody, male or female. You don't break their spirit. You don't take away you take them as they are. You're not going to be able to change them. You're not going to be able to fix them. So whatever they got going on, that's what you're getting.
But to show you what I mean, like, you know what men do when they've worked and they get the money and they start doing things. Do you remember that program on
Toys get bigger and more expensive. Yeah.
There's one about a hawk shop in Vegas, and the old man started. He was a retired Marine, and it exists. His son is the big bald guy. But anyway, a woman came in, she had Cabbage Patch dolls still in the box, 100 of them almost. What will you give me for them? He says, nothing, maybe $1 a piece. You got to understand something. Girls become women and grow up. They leave it in the past. There's no market for this. Because now if you had some men's stuff, from the day, they'd be quite valuable. So it shows you women grow up. They leave the things behind.
Are you talking about Pawn Stars?
What? Pawn Stars. Pawn Stars. That's it. Yeah. Pawn Stars.
Oh, we can't hear you. You've been talking and we can't hear you. Beat it up.
See, that's definitely a 90s child right there.
I didn't understand why you didn't get that joke I told you. You guys don't know what a plaque is.
What a what is?
A plaque. It's not on your teeth. It's a piece of wood often cut.
Yes.
Yeah.
With a little.
I told that joke. And everybody went, huh? What's he talking about?
Just now?
I missed it. I guess if you said it, I missed it.
No, it was the other night. It was the other night. You know what a trophy is? You can have it 6 feet tall.
Blackwatch. I don't know what I did a couple hours ago. I have no idea what you did the other night.
I can't forget, Garrett.
Okay, well, you're going to have to retell us, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So the guy, he's a Latino American comic. So he's doing this skit. It's a long one. I should put it up on the channel. But he's talking about the military and all the stuff. Who's in the Army, the Navy, this. So he gets to marriage. And he says, anybody in the room, he's got 10 years. Yo, 15 years married. Yo, he gets up to 35 years. 35 years married. He says, wow. He says, the lady on your arm is your trophy. She's your trophy. Not like a trophy wife, but your trophy. It's everything you put into her. He says, you, sir, you will stand up. His wife stands up with him. He says, wow. He says, sir, you have a first place trophy. An absolute first place trophy. What a gem. And she got a plaque.
Wow.
Same thing. What, don't you get it? He got the great 8-foot tall trophy, and she got a little wall plaque.
Yes.
That's not funny. Okay, I don't know. I didn't write it.
Yeah, you're from Canada. It's okay. It's okay. Your sense of humor is different.
It's that British humor.
No, it's American.
Now, my mother would be like totally with it. She's got that humor like you do, Blackwatch, and that is not an insult. It's just.
No, I'm not trying to insult anybody. I'm just saying it's a little bit different.
See, to me, I'm like, yeah, I can see that happening because that's the way my ex-husband was. That's why he's an ex-husband, because it was all about him. Everything was. Not the kids, not me. Just him.
I'm trying to think here. Help me out here, Bonnie and Chuck. Blackwatch, you might know this too, but there's a more recent joke that's kind of along those same lines, and it talks about the wife being the arm candy and the, whatever, the supermodel, and she's the trophy wife, but the husband's just a bag of nuts or something like that. It's not the clock, but it's something different.
Yeah, I can't remember that either. Oh, I would watch it. Somebody cook something, chopping up French fries, and I went off on my liquor store round.
Now you knocked something right out of my head.
What?
Garrett just knocked the thought right out of my head. I don't know why. Oh well.
What'd I do?
I was thinking about something and I lost it in there.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just thinking there's a more recent joke that's been out the, I don't know, probably 15, 20 years, but it was something about that. You had a trophy wife, and yeah, you got the trophy wife, you won the prize, blah blah blah, and she won the consolation prize, bag of nuts or something like that. Yeah, just something stupid.
Oh, I know what I was going to say. Makes you wonder, Bonnie, doesn't it? They should have a test before you get married.
A test.
Well, your ex. If you don't pass, it's all about me question. You don't get married.
Right.
That's my point. Maybe they should have a test.
Well,
With a
there,
point.
there kind of is. It's just you have to open your eyes to it because he was showing his true colors in the beginning. I just didn't pay attention.
I suppose it's hard for me to fathom that idea in my experience. It just she was everything, you know.
Yeah.
But I've met men like you, what you're talking about. And I've seen their marriage go down the drain, and I see them cheat. I used to drag race. I'm one of the brothers.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think he didn't want a divorce because of the car. $750,000 car. But
Wow.
he did divorce, and every time we went out of town, he'd come in the hotel room, whether I was in the same room or not, very, very late, you know.
Yep.
And then somebody else thinks he's just great. Go figure.
And I thought Dee was coming back, but and Linda, that's kind of why I say, why do we go by love? Um, we're supposed to love everybody unconditionally. So take that out of the equation, and what do you have? It's two people that should be compatible. And that's where I go back to the mail order brides because they'd never met. They were not in love. They grew to love each other over time and they stayed together till the
Absolutely. Sorry. You should sorry.
Yes, it should be more difficult to get married and more difficult to get divorced. Twice as hard to get divorced.
I know it. Sorry.
That would, I'm sorry, that would make people think more before they got married. God, I won't say it.
I know I'm going to get wrapped on the knuckles for this, but any man that gets married 18 to 22 area, I can't speak to the woman, of course. It's lust. It's not love. It's lust. And like Bonnie says, it grows, you know. Um, we fell in love when we were young, all these song lyrics, not knowing what it was.
Hey, Blackwatch. I got to throw a wrench in your theory, and I'm not disagreeing with you on the majority, but I'm going to throw a wrench in there because I actually married my high school sweetheart at 20. We were together since junior high, and we made it. Was I think altogether officially it was 13 years. Had 3 beautiful children, and we separated. We divorced. Now I'm remarried. But that was my high school sweetheart. But I was married at the age of 20. I wasn't even 21.
Well, same here. Yeah.
It's just it's just a cliche to what you were saying. I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. but it was my high school sweetheart, so it was like a,
Yeah,
you
but
know,
you realize you just shot down your own defense. You knew her since junior high.
right.
That's a lot of years.
I was screwed. I was cursed. It was forced upon me, I guess you could say.
And we know what's coming next.
Oh. I'm not gonna say nothing.
It's okay,
Hey,
Mom.
Anthony.
I'm gonna offend her because I've said so many things about her. You're never gonna offend her. It's okay.
No, but it's just a case, and I hate to say it. You went out in the rain without a raincoat.
Mm-hmm.
No, actually, we weren't even pregnant till after we went all the way through junior high, high school, the whole 9 yards, and I proposed. She had a ring on, and it was several months later before we were ever pregnant. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" You
If
know,
it's only months, you might want to check the calendar. I'm just saying. You
no,
know,
yeah, no,
if it's not a good year, if it's not a year or more, 2 years.
trust me, all my kids look like me, unfortunately. So I feel sorry for them. I really do. But no, it was, I always questioned it, but not that. My kids are my kids. You can tell. I never worried about that. But no, we were together, like I said, from junior high on, and it was like, oh, okay. And then we finally decided to get married because we could save on insurance. Was the whole thing.
And you think your life would have been different if you would have waited
Yeah, if I would have just
or
left her
not?
and gone somewhere else, but then I wouldn't have my kids. So
See,
you
I
back.
can't comprehend the concept. That's what I just I don't even know how to explain it. It's like, and did I always know that or believe it? No. Guess it comes with age, but um, I think that's where we made the big mistake is the way we thought and lived. It was we lived for enjoyment. We lived for um, what was fun, what was
Satisfaction. You're always looking for satisfaction, whether it be something
it's
fun, something exciting to do, something whatever. Whether you're with somebody, without somebody, with a group of people, whatever, you're always looking for a satisfaction. Make yourself feel better.
And maybe the two of you just didn't want to grow up.
and that's the problem. I don't think we're given enough responsibility where we do that. Is it like going back to way back when they they needed each other, whether they liked each other or not, they needed each other to survive. Where we have gotten out of that. Women think that they're big and strong and can survive on their own and um, empowered and guilty. I'm just as guilty of thinking that way, that I could raise those kids by myself and everything would just be great. And um, but it's kind of a selfish thought. I mean, God created man and woman for each other, not not let's go find who's the best. Did Adam get to choose? Did Eve get to choose? No, they were stuck with each other, like it or not.
You want a ridiculous example of no communication? Absolutely ridiculous. The first house we went to after I rented my dad's, it was a two-story, if you can picture it, off the kitchen patio, bedrooms or whatever. And I was working long hours. I had the guy dig the hole, and I put about a 4 foot crawl space, not going all the way down. And I put a one-story addition on it. all of it. We had to move. Got a new house, and it was back split. It had a family room in the bottom level and an unfinished bedroom. So I went over. We went over for coffee across the street, and there was a professional couple that collected Indian rugs, and you could tell from the front it was a house like ours, just a minor thing. Went down to the family room. The whole thing's family room. I says to him, you did a good job. And he said, what do you mean? I said, in here. He said, this is the way we bought the house. It was $1,000 more. They never told me that. Long story short, I had somebody in to put the steel beam and the whole thing. Both occasions. While afterwards, she says to me, I was happy the way it was. I was happy with it the way it was. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. That's the worst part. And then after all that, they finish it up and she sits there and says, this is really good, really cool. But, I was happy the way it was.
Hey guys, I guess I'm gonna get off here. Love y'all. You have a good night. I'm gonna find something to watch on TV.
Okay, Chuck. You have a good night.
Y'all have a good night.
Hopefully, it's a good Western.
Cindy says in here, get married and save the money. Quite true. Today, in at least in Ontario, you live together through 3 months. You can be best friends, man and woman. Legally, you're married. There's no way out of it.
Seriously,
Wow, really?
my first wife, like I said, it was my high school sweetheart. Her dad was our insurance agent. He sells car insurance, home insurance, whatever. And she comes home on a Monday and says, do you know how much we'd save if we got married? I said, okay, let's do it. We went on Wednesday, got the marriage license, got married by the judge on Friday, and we saved $150 a month on our insurance. I was ecstatic. That's why I got married.
Did your dad not have a talk to you about that?
No, I didn't talk to my dad for a long time.
Oh, okay. Well, I know the feeling, but still, he.
No, I'm not going to say I'm the smartest man. I'm stupid. Don't worry about it. But that's why I got married the first time.
Okay.
That's going to take an awful lot of explaining to me. I don't know.
See, and I can understand that too. It's like, well, at least you only had one child.
No, 3. I had 3 with the first wife.
I was talking about time.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know. I don't know what the answers are. It just seems to me that we just need to get back to basics, just in every way. Appreciate. What's that saying? You will have nothing and appreciate
everything.
Appreciate it. Appreciate everything.
Yeah. No, that's. Hang on a second. Let me think here for a second.
You will have nothing and appreciate it. I think.
Yeah, you'll have nothing and appreciate it. And those who have everything will. Oh man, I just read that last night. Those who have everything will neglect it all, or something. Overlook it, or something like that. Hang on.
Yes.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, gotcha.
You know what she said to me too, and I understand it. We were lucky. My dad was he wanted to move to Whitby, which is east of Toronto, and he was going to get a promotion. He had it all set up, and actually, there's 2 openings, and he was taking a test. There was 4 of them, and he was concerned. And his boss just said to him, take the test. All you have to do is take the test, and he got it. So he moved. We lived with them for a year, and I said, move. But at the end of it all, looking back, she said to me, that was your mom's house. And I said, okay, I get that. But I said, you guys, on the money we were making, remember the apartments? Oh, I don't want to live there. She didn't appreciate it. Anyway, that was huge.
And that's true too. It's his saying, and that's the way they they want to control us. So, okay, we need to not say that. But isn't there a scripture saying that? I thought. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
What Garrett and I were just saying that
I'm pretty sure it's in Ephesians. Is that right? Ephesians? I'm looking right now. I'm looking. Man. I swear I just read it last night. I was on another channel last night and we were talking about different things out of the Bible, and I swear I read it, but it's just not coming to me right, quite right.
yeah.
But yeah, that's basically what it is. Those who have not, you'll be trained to have nothing and enjoy it, appreciate it, whatever. And if you're rich and have everything, you won't appreciate it, is basically what it's saying.
And they don't. You look at all the lottery winners, and a bunch of them, first thing they did, go out and buy their kid a fancy sports car. The kid flying around, has a wreck, dies. The people that I have known, this one couple got a huge inheritance, rich as could be, spent it on a lot of family, but it got to where they were like, I'd rather be back living paycheck to paycheck. This is too much stress, because everybody was always standing there with their hand out.
I'm not, so there's a happy medium, I think, in between. You just you come where you appreciate the labor that went into it, if you know what I mean. If you lose sight of your effort to go forward, then you're done. It'll never be enough, to me. But if you realize the effort and you value what you do, you don't go overboard, but you go that step up and you value it. You know the effort, the sweat that you both put into it. It's hard to explain. Someone look at me and they're we had I have to explain it. We moved to Newmarket, and Glenway had a golf course, and we were on the first part of it as you drive off the Young Street, and it was relatively modest. The mayor was down near the golf course, big, huge. I'm sure he got the house for nothing. And we had the wallpaper being done. I had an issue with it, and so she said, "There's a woman she knows, and you kind of go sideways from us, and there's townhouses." Her husband does that on the side, so he did a real great job. Anyway, my wife, she decided, should I get a Lewis Craft? There's a craft store. Should I go out and work? I said, sure. I mean, whatever you make, 30% into the house, or whatever. Then she says they want what do you call it, assistant manager on night. And I said, of course they did. They want somebody to blame, scapegoat. And she took it. Same woman worked there. So they bring they bring something about a customer on a credit card.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's been returned. So she signed it. They were stealing the money out.
Oh, wow.
And that woman was one of them. She thought we lived in, Ivory Tower or something. So that woman valued things above all else. Where we knew what it took to get there, if you know what I mean. And that's my example of it.
Yes.
She'd sell her integrity out. And my wife got nailed. We separated, and she said they called her in unexpectedly. And I said, why didn't you call me at work? I said, why? Because I know what was going on, and I know what to say. You would have had the manager, police, the whole thing. And I would have said, well, it looks real. She signed it. Okay, it's come back, look legit. Till a customer phoned and said, why have I got a credit on my credit card for something I have here? That opened it up. I would have said to the woman, first of all, please get out. I would have said to the woman, you take ultimate responsibility. If you don't, tough. You want to fire her for not doing the job as you see it? Fine. As far as criminal charges, but anyway, she didn't phone me.
Yeah.
Another example where she couldn't see what's behind the smoke and mirrors. But anyway, yeah, that woman. I know she.
And,
I know she was dirty. Her and those other three of them. But
and
anyway,
that's, I can understand appreciating what you've earned. And I'm not saying no one should prosper. Definitely, if it's from your labors, you should prosper whatever way. But it's me personally, I just feel like I personally need to live a more simple life. Like um, the material things, I don't even care about anymore. And it's probably from my own experience, but it's just, it was like a wake up to me of what really matters in life. And it's just like now I see it like it's supposed to be God, family, country. And it's not, um, that's why I'm giving up my home, my everything to go take care of family. That's what family does
Mhm.
or should do. And so that's what we're doing. And eventually, if Laura marries him or whatever, they'll probably move out there too. And we'll see what happens. But that's where I'm at right now. And so to think of a man coming into this is hard to do because it would have to be a huge acceptance of what is all around me because I got to be there for my mom and stepdad
yeah, I
and
understand that.
my kids. And so I have extra people. And some people call it baggage, whatever they want to call it, but I don't call it baggage. I think baggage is your past that you carry with you. But
I mean,
My best friend is like that, Bonnie. She's been, well, her dad ended up passing away, but she's still with her mom. And in 7, 8 years, he hasn't had a man in her life at all, or just go anywhere unless I go over there and take care of them. Her life is with there at that house, and that's all it contains. Unless I'm there or something. But
yeah,
I'm glad that at least God gives me enough I can pay my bills. As long as I can pay my bills, I'm okay. I'm not one of these that's got to have the best of everything.
yeah, but I feel I should qualify something here. We would have stayed where we were. It was close to my parents. Uh, they questioned my eyes, and couldn't. I couldn't get out of it, and that's when I got this security job I told you about outside the union. With a job, my income, I was making 500% what I did, but that just the job.
wow.
And so my wife, she had to drive me to work for a while. I eventually went and argued a point and got it back, but she couldn't drive on the highway. So when we looked up there, we looked at a secondhand house. You know what I mean? Like, and trash. My dad and I agreed, you're going to have to put 20, 30,000 into it. But that's how the new home came about. It's not. I could put it this way: the houses were going for 62,000. I put that. He made
Wow.
he made me. Oh, that was long ago, and he made me show the bills. I put the addition on for $3,700. I sold it for $100,000. So the transition was easier, He just kicked in another 15, and I didn't have a mortgage. But it was not for stepping up. I had to, but the job. Yeah, I came out of the union. I ended up making 5 times what I left at. But that was underpaid, believe it or not. But we didn't move there for the status. I had to.
Yeah.
But about a year in, I said, watch out up and down the hills. There's a little dirt road. The cop will be up there. She got a ticket. And it just started to fall apart, and I argued it, and I got my license back, long story short.
Yeah.
You had to do what you had to do. She could not drive from where we were. It was a 401. She just
Yeah,
couldn't do it.
well, I'm very lucky. I live in my cousin and her husband's house. They live somewhere else, but she's only charged me $300 a month to stay here because she knows my income. Now, when my ex lived here, we had to pay $500, but she knew I only get like $820 a month, and that's stretching it. But I consider myself lucky I ain't got to pay $500 in rent.
Well, you're doing better than me, hon. I ain't even going to say what I get from disability.
You have to understand the transition. When my dad moved, it was brand new house. It was 17,000. I was about 71. That same house, he died. My mom died. It was sold for $550,000. So but that's just what
Yeah,
real estate started to go for.
yeah. My son, I guess his girlfriend inherited a bunch of money or something. This was before he was with her before this, and they paid off a $300,000 home right off the top.
Yeah.
Crystal, don't be surprised that came from what they sold to get there. I mean, like I said, I sold the house for $99,900. People were lucky to get 62,000. I guess I got the right person. I don't know.
Well, I think real estate and anything that has to do with that has gone sky high. Like I need sheetrock, more sheetrock put up in this house and stuff like that. But I can't because my cousin told me I could take the rent and fix the house up. $300 of that money is not going to touch much in this house because of sheetrock being so high.
Crystal, hang on. Can we hear you now?
Can you hear me now?
Oh,
Yes,
yes, we can. Okay.
hey
Oh
sister,
my
I
God.
love you.
Hi, Crystal, honey. How are you? I love you.
I'm doing absolutely great.
Oh, that's so good to hear. How's your son doing?
He's doing good. He's working with his dad.
Good.
Yeah, he
Good.
moved back down there, and they're doing asbestos and mold removal.
Oh,
So
wow. Well, hopefully he's covered up good and getting paid well, right?
yeah, well, I told him after my ex left because he's the one that kind of helped me. I was paying their electricity bill and his phone bill because at least his phone bill because I wanted to make sure he can get in contact with me or me him.
Mm.
And I told him, I said, look, I don't have that no more. You're 21. You need to go find you a job.
Mhm.
And he did.
They
Can't
want
do it.
that cell phone, don't they?
Yeah.
They'll go work for it.
Well, you kind of want them to have it too, so you can keep in touch with them.
Well, in the process, I done bought him 3 phones. He done broke 3 of them, and I finally told him, "You break this one, you buy your own."
Thank you, David. Good night.
Oh, David N. Hi, honey. I saw you just made a video.
Sorry I keep you awake. You just made a video?
He did. Made a funny little quickie.
I'll have to go back and watch it.
It's like 7 seconds, really.
Oh, wow.
Uh-oh. Oh, my gosh. I'm trying to work on the computer. Woo! Somebody sent me something today. I wanted to, did you guys hear about the new California?
Nope.
My good friend and humble sister, Lynette Kenny, she bops on sometimes. She sent this to me. I'm on the Gateway Pundit. It was on the Gateway Pundit, and I looked it up. It's on my phone, but I'm doing this on my phone because what happened was my daughter came over, and her girlfriend were getting in the hot tub, and they kind of upheavaled me a little bit after my speakers adjusted. And so I came in here anyway to try to print out some new stickers. But and then I remembered I wanted to share this with you guys. It was called it's an actual, I guess, movement called the New State of California. And it was on the Gateway Pundit. I'm trying to find it. I emailed it to myself. I'm surprised Google let me find the Gateway Pundit, but I am in the Gateway Pundit. And I just seen it said that California lost 367,000 residents in 2021. New York was second, 352,000, no doubt, right?
Right.
Yep. Murderers. We lost 1% of our population. That's a lot.
Yeah.
The news. I'll try to find that. How are you, Black Garrett? And who else? Where's Chuck? Is he here?
Well, I'm sitting with a boatload of coffee, Dee, and it's all cold. What took you so long to get over here?
Wow. My husband came home and I ended up having to cook dinner for the sucker. I did. I was a very good wife today. Just saying. In between all my streaming, it was all
You
good.
always are.
No, I'm not, but thank you. I had
while you're trying to find that, Deanna,
yes.
Has anybody watched that movie or whatever it is, Watch the Water?
Yes.
Hawk was just talking about it over on Jeremy.
Yeah, I didn't watch the long interview, but a 12-minute one with Dr.
Mm-hmm.
It was scary enough.
Yeah.
Very concerning. Very. What do you think, Bonnie? I heard you talking about it. I was listening in earlier, but I couldn't really engage. But I heard you guys talking about it a little bit.
Yeah.
When you go to moms, you won't have to worry. But now, yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. LWN showed it.
Yeah.
Shit Picker had dropped the link last night because
yeah, I saw he was sharing it because when I went to live, I saw it and I'm like, oh yeah, that's the, that's the that was the buzz all over the internet today. Everybody was sharing it.
Yes.
So for sure, yeah. And it's good. It sounds like one of those that should be. I wonder about on mainstream at all though.
Well, I shared it to Facebook from LWN, and so we'll see how long it gets.
Right, if it stays.
Stays up there. How long I have an account.
Yeah. Did you hear what happened to Remote? I saw him come on yesterday.
Yes.
He was heartbroken. It broke my heart.
Yes.
You know it. And Hawk too.
So his email, Hawk's email?
Email, bank accounts, everything.
Were hacked?
Well, they hit, Robert's channel too. Robert let somebody up that he didn't really know, and they hacked his. I think they tried to, or they were in the process of hacking his, because the person was laughing after they come on.
Yeah, but they didn't take him down, I don't think.
No. I think they got off quick enough and fixed it but
Yeah, I was up there on panel when that happened.
yeah, I'm like, I think.
As soon as he said that, I was, you're gone.
Yeah, Bella, because Bella jumped up there and was telling him.
Yeah.
Yes, I found it. We're well on our way to statehood. Paul Preston on using the West Virginia model to create the state of New California. This came out today, apparently, published today. And I haven't even really got to read it because she sent it to me in a photo. So I don't, maybe I did read some of it.
So does it sound like it's a good thing, or?
It is a very good thing. Absolutely. I believe it is.
Oh, really?
You want to hear a little about it? I wish I could drop the link for you. Oh, I can. I think I can. I'll just open up YouTube on here. Yeah. And I can put it in private if I'm not a mod on there. No big deal. No.
Are you not a mod?
Sometimes I am, but then channels are formed and I'm on different channels a lot. So it depends, you know, what name I'm under. I think I'm on mine, so I probably am. But you know, when I'm under stand up, I don't always have the ranch. Like on Hawks, I've had it a couple times. Like I've had it under my name on different channels of his, but as he gets different channels, you know, things change. And so I don't really ask for them much. So I don't really want the chore. I'm not a great mod anyway, you know. I'm very opinionated, so.
Well, yeah, I like it. I
like having the ability to drop links is the thing I like about
Yes.
it.
Yes.
But I'm not very good at remembering to drop other people's links. YouTube will not open for me on Google right now. It's like completely being a booger. How weird.
Hey, Deanna.
Yes, Garrett.
Are you up to date on the AB 2223?
Well, I know they shelved 2 of the bills. And we are. Yes.
Can I play dumb here? What's this watch the water thing? I don't know.
Oh, you didn't see it, huh?
I'm just saying I'll play dumb. So explain it.
Oh, how funny. Because I was like, huh, come on.
I haven't watched it.
Oh, I should have called it.
What is it in a nutshell? Bottom line.
They're putting snake venom in the.
Who's doing the water supply? So, okay, my neighbor on Fickle Hill where I live, my neighbor who will go over to the mountain where some idiots come and like to drink alcohol and shoot their guns off, he lives right across from it. He is a badass. He will go over there and walk right up to them and tell them, y'all better get your stuff and go because I've wrote every one of your license plates down and I'm going to call the sheriff if you don't, you know. And then they go. And but anyway, he works for the Water Municipal District here where the reservoir, you know, he's all about it. So I'm trying to figure out, I missed it. I missed that part where they talked about it, where who's putting it in? How are they getting past how are they getting it into our municipal water? You know?
Well, from what I understand from my adorable chat here is, you know how you always have a water reservoir for the runoff for the used water, and so apparently they reuse that water to run it through your. Again, you're probably on a well, aren't you?
Yeah, we're on our own water, but
yeah,
we work in the city. We go to restaurants in the city, but we're on a big lake reservoir. The whole town, our water comes from Ruth Lake, which is up inland. All the waters around here come from the mountains. The snow falls down and creates giant reservoirs just naturally, and then
Right.
Eureka captures it from there. So where do you? And then they distribute it from Eureka, filter it and all that, put all their shit in it that they put in.
Yes.
Right.
And so, but is it wide open? Because I mean, ours is.
The reservoir, sure. The Ruth Lake is sure.
Yeah. So it'd be easy enough.
It sure would be. Yeah.
And that's what I was saying. I don't understand because, where I am, small town, but we use it. Our water comes from 3 different wells, and then we have a huge river for backup if necessary. But as far as I know, we've never gone to the backup. But our last water report we received said that we had too much lead in the water.
Oh.
So when I came home yesterday or the day before, the fire hydrants were blasting. And I was like, what the heck? And so we didn't have water for several hours. And then on Facebook, they said that they do that sometimes to clean out. Supposedly, they did it to clean out the lead because we had too much lead in the water. So that was to clean out. But now we're on a boil water notice because they did that. It just, to me, it just doesn't quite make sense. But
no, it don't. Not when you, especially Flint, Michigan, where Jeff and Michelle lived. And
yeah, the cities, I don't know how their system is set up. I would imagine it would have to be something really huge. And so that was some of the questions that were being asked on LWN is, do you think that it's just targeted areas? And but to me, I thought it sounded more like it was for the vacation than it was for the water supply. But then either way, they would be getting everybody.
Right.
Or also what was said on LWN is sometimes it takes 2, or maybe it was said in the Watch the Water, it takes 2 ingredients to activate it. So what's put in the water may not affect everyone, just the vacation people.
Yeah.
Where it would activate whatever in it. But it's all to control the penal thing, I think.
Gland? The gland?
Yes. Yeah.
Bonnie, I think that the two different ingredients were sodium or sodium whatever, which is basically what you get when you get an IV, the bag of the clear liquid, and water, the other one. So it was the two. It was the sodium whatever, and the other one was water.
Well, they've been killing us ever since we've been born.
Oh, Crystal, come on. So if I were to express your answer to my question, it's the quality of the water we use with no regard to the levels of the ocean. Is that it? Because there's a lot of concerns about the levels of the ocean.
I haven't heard anything about the levels of the ocean.
No, but it's the quality. I understand it's the quality of the water we use.
Didn't you hear Trump in his speech a couple weeks ago? The oceans are going to rise 1/100th of a fucking inch over the next 300 fucking years. That's exactly what he said. There you go.
You know what 1 inch will do, Derek? Do you have any idea the impact on the world? 1 inch rise?
No, sorry, Blackwatch. He didn't say 1 inch. He said 1/100th of a fucking inch. One
But
100th of an inch in
even
the next
still,
300 fucking years.
even still,
300 fucking years. That
well,
means it's not going to happen now. We're talking 1/100th of an inch in the next 300 years. You got to stop work. You don't have to worry about that. It's not going to happen.
you okay?
That's not going to happen. Don't worry
Okay.
about it.
Climate change, Blackwatch?
Pardon?
Are you worried about climate change?
We should be, but I mean, I don't.
We
No,
should be.
I
All over me,
Why?
darling. Don't shoot all over me, honey. Love you.
Why?
You
Don't
ever
worry about it.
me.
1/100th of an inch over the next fucking years. Don't worry about it.
Book out
It's
called
not going to
Facts
happen.
I'm just, I have a bit of a problem, but I understand somebody's outlook, okay? But consider this. Children are dying from strep throat, left, right, and center. Left, right, and center. So you get Banting and another guy, and he's in the lab, and he's trying to figure it out, and he ends up
Oh my God, you scared me out of me.
this,
What the hell, child? What?
That was great. Do it again. Deanna, do it again.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, but don't worry about climate control. Guess what? If you would let the government stop doing all the chemtrails and everything, there wouldn't be any climate control. We don't have to worry about that. There's no climate change. Don't worry about it.
okay.
Everything that they say is good for us is actually bad for us.
Exactly.
Oh, Jesus, Lord.
Everything they make good for us is intentionally to make bad for us, but make us think that it's good for us. I do not trust them at all.
What about penicillin? Was that bad, Crystal? Just curious, because you're painting with a very broad brush here, in my opinion.
Because
Can I
guess
say something?
what?
Can I
Guess
say
what?
something?
We still take penicillin today. There's amoxicillin and all the other ones that they renamed it. They're not calling it penicillin, but
Yeah,
that's what most antibiotics are is penicillin. It's just named different.
yeah, Garrett, I know how they do it. I know people on drugs. But my point was this. So many children were dying of strep throat. No way to do it. This guy stumbled on mole that had penicillin. It was like God's hand came down to the children to save them.
Exactly.
I'm
Exactly.
not saying everything, but most of it, yes.
Charging someone.
But this is it, Crystal, particularly with the young ones. If we paint it broad, they believe everything. You know, they believe everything. You know?
A laundry table? I'll be right back. I gotta help my daughter find
Wait a
something.
minute, Deanna. You better hurry. I got something to tell you. No, Blackwatch, I'm sorry, but no, don't. I hope you don't lose any sleep over the climate change because guess what, buddy? That's not. It doesn't matter. It's not affecting us that much.
They
One
worry about
100th of an inch.
that, but they want to take their big planes and all this other kind of stuff, but they want to sit there and talk about global warming. Okay,
Exactly.
if that's
Exactly.
bad, then why are y'all flying around?
Exactly what Trump said. The oceans are going to rise 1/100th of an inch over the next 300 years. Are you guys going to live 300 years?
Where did he get this from, Jared? Did he reach into his Pandora box and pull this stuff out? Where did he get this information? I'd like to know that.
Well, ask him. I don't know, but they've been saying it for years.
Oh,
Has the oceans ever risen?
Back up to what you just said. IDK. I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, think about this. In 1980, Trump was building skyscrapers in New York and building them in Chicago and building them everywhere. Guess where else he was building buildings? In Florida. And they said Florida was going to be underwater. Look at all the new houses going up in Florida. Do you think all those people would be building houses in Florida if they were afraid of it going underwater? I don't
Well, they
think so.
said that's going to happen in New York too.
Well, exactly. They're not going to build those places. They're not going to build those houses. They're not going to build those mansions if it's going to go underwater. It's not going to happen. Stop thinking that way. Global warming is not a real thing. That is just to get you on board with the Green New Deal, and it's not going to happen. Forget
Not in
about
our
it.
lifetime, not in our lifetime, not in your children's lifetime. But I'm sorry, you're one Lockhorn. You think you're strongly opinion?
Your kids are going to live 300 years?
If I'm here in 300 years, guess what? I'll get my toes wet in the water, but I don't think it's going to make it here. I think that's a farce. I don't think it's ever going to happen.
Well, from what I understand, China is the first one to start pushing that.
Yep.
China has more factories, more pollution than we ever thought of.
And India. China
They're
and
not worried
India are
about
the
that
top
right
two.
now. They're starving their people over there.
Think about it. When Trump was in office, we had the cleanest air in the world.
Where did you get that figure from? Where's that figure from, Garrett? I want to see that figure, just like the figure of rising water.
I will go find you the video of Trump talking about it. He had
A
all
man talking about it? You got to be joking. This is like the day.
Blackwatch, calm down. He had all the figures. India is the highest pollutant country, country in the world. And
is that a revelation? Is that a revelation? Been shipping manufacturing off to these countries for decades because it's cheaper.
Okay,
and now we go, holy shit, the air is dirty because of it. Oh,
Trump was bringing that businesses here for us to not have to deal with nobody overseas.
Anyway, Garrett, you think you're strongly opinionated? You don't know what you hit here, buddy.
I'm telling you what, that's what I know. That's what I've seen. And go look. It's on the government website, EPA.gov. And America, under Trump, in 2018, hit the lowest numbers of emissions ever. And we were lower than anybody. But India was still number one, and China was number two.
Of course it is. You find that a revelation? Been that way for
It's on the
decades.
government website, not in Revelation.
Oh, don't get any revelations like that. I'll give you an example. Warren Buffett. He'll die with something in his hand to buy stock. He was giving money to a hospital,
Cindy, thank you.
which is great. He gives money to the hospital, great. He needs a kidney transplant. He's going to die. He gets it within 6 months. But his money had nothing to do with it. Yeah. You believe that one? Wake up.
No, I hate Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett's a piece of shit. I wouldn't listen to a damn thing he said.
This has nothing to do with an individual man. It has to do with money. It has to do with money. You want to trust somebody who's got a lot of money, you better think twice.
I'm not trusting anybody. I'm just saying, forget about global warming. Don't trust anybody that's telling you global warming is going to ruin our world. You need to
Trump
quit
didn't
trusting
even
people that are saying
take
this.
one. Trump took all his money he got paid being a president, which he still is, and gave it to charities. He never even took his paycheck.
It's not even about the money. Do you see Time's comment? Nature heals itself.
Amen.
As it was meant to do.
That's for sure. I agree with that.
Hey, time out real quick. Hey, Bonnie, I put it in private chat there, AB 2223.
Mm-hmm.
I need to ask Deanna about that because Deanna. Oh, there she's back.
You said it right the first time, Deanna. Yeah.
Yeah, Deanna. Okay,
Yep.
Sorry, I have to ask you about that.
Okay.
Have you heard about the AB 2223?
Yeah, I've streamed about 9 of the bills they're trying to pass, but they've shelved 2 of them. But we're still got to fight on them.
But isn't it amazing that we're talking about global climate control right now, and AB 2223 is out there where
Well, he's in Canada.
I know, but listen, there's people that can kill their kids up to 7 days after they're born, and we're worried about climate control? Give me a freaking break.
Well, we gotta be merciful because everybody's got their different things they're deeply concerned about, okay, and everybody is in different stages of coming to realities. I'm sorry to say, but
Exactly.
you and
But
I,
does everybody on panel realize that AB 2223 in California, that bill allows women to kill their babies up to 7 days after they're born and call it abortion.
I
That's
read
Bonnie,
it
murder.
yesterday.
yeah,
It's
I don't think
murder
they
either
realize.
way.
Yeah,
Bonnie,
disgusting.
Yes.
I'm going to mute now. I can't get into these subjects. Nobody's going to sway me. Nobody.
We're not trying to sway you, hon.
No, but I mean, I know if I put it out there, I'll give you an example. There was in a chat, whatever, comments, right? And we had the CNR, CPR, railways. Now you guys own them. So somebody put, get used to it. And I said, you know, when the Stars and Stripes approach Ottawa, I'll hit the damn button. It gives you the point. No offense, but this was somebody, oh God.
Look, we're all
Okay.
here to listen. If you want to mute yourself, go ahead, you know, but I was just going to say it's about the money. It's always
You
about the
better,
money,
won't you?
fear, and the vid should have showed everybody how they use the fear. And I was suggesting a book called Facts Not Fears, and it exposes how the people in Congress and the people that are all behind pushing this climate change agenda, which I've been listening to for 20 years, are paid operatives. They're paid to manipulate us and to be afraid where we can't even talk about it or else we're triggered. I was that way. I used to worry about every sheet of toilet paper I wiped my ass with, paper plates, styrofoam, all of it. And I went to a church
Styrofoam?
time
Did
and
that burn?
18 and I was so upset because they were using styrofoam cups for coffee. And I said to the guy, I'm like, you know, you guys really consider the church and our church to this day, we won't use styrofoam. Okay. We use paper cups. We're not letting that. My husband and I were really adamant, like, just don't use styrofoam. It's really not environmentally friendly. Okay. And so anyway, I said it to this Christian guy when I wasn't a Christian. I was drinking out of the styrofoam cup, and he laughed at me. He was like, "Ha ha ha! It's all gonna burn, baby. It's all gonna burn." And he was like so insensitive to me when I was like, really. I used to make everybody watch Helen Caldicott Save the Earth. Okay, you don't know? Do you know who Helen Caldicott is, Blackwatch? She's a big Save the Earth Australian lady. And I made everybody that came to California, to Humboldt County from Chicago, that were my friends, sit down and watch her.
I mean, it's a small thing, Diana, but I'll show you. I worked in a garage in, coffee. I learned coffee. And yes, I remember when they first used the styrofoam cups and I went over and I tasted it and I said to the restaurant guy, and I was young, this is not the future. It doesn't even taste right. This is wrong. So I agree with you on many things.
Yeah.
But it's the money. You said it. It doesn't matter Canadian, European, American. When they get that kind of money, they're insatiable. It now becomes a part of power.
That's right. That's right.
They're not more powerful than God, though.
Amen.
Well, Crystal, you know how God's going to save you. It's a one-way ticket. I'm not disputing that, but in your time here and your children's time, you have to deal with these people with money. It's never enough. It's never enough. They're insatiable,
One more dollar. Right?
You look at YouTube Red. I was at this guy sending this kid in Georgia, music reaction. So we had a little chat going. He's about 55, and I can relate strongly to him. And he says, "What's this YouTube Red?" I said, "So you get rid of the commercial, whatever the ad." He put back to me, "Bloody hell, anything for a buck." YouTube, exactly right. One more buck, But anyway, it's I'm going to lock more. A lot more than a lot of people here.
Well, I put my faith in God, and I believe God's going to heal this country.
I do too, but I don't know that we won't suffer a lot.
No,
And
it never said we wouldn't suffer,
no,
but
we are right. We already are. People already are. Oh, you know what?
it had to be that way to wake the people up.
Oh, I'm sick of hearing that. I'm sorry to say, but I understand.
Yeah.
Can I give you an example? And yes, you got to temper it with where it came from. There's a fellow with CP, cerebral palsy. He thinks everything about tech, big tech. And he's a very, very bright guy. But we're in a Zoom, and he about who you have now as president. And he says, yeah, an 80-year-old. And I said, watch it, kid, with the age thing, which is funny. But you know what he said? And we had a woman she's outside Bogota, Colombia. She has it too, a little bit. You know what he said to me? Yeah. Said to
No.
her, and he believes it. He said, what does it matter who is the president of the United States? What effect does that have on the rest of the world? He's almost 30 years old. Is that common thought down there that who the president of the United States is doesn't affect the world? Oh,
It
Lord.
affects everybody.
Yeah, duh. I mean, duh. But this is what's out there. And he's not so disabled he doesn't get it. No, he's not that. But that's what he's looking at. That's a common thought. President of the United States has nothing to do with the rest of the world. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm here thinking about other people's thoughts, and we really have no control of. And that's the thing. That's why it does get frustrating when we can't even get past an issue where we're triggered. And I'm glad you stayed on because it is hard for all of us. We are all triggered by things, and so I think if we're able to really get through it. At times, we're not going to be patient with each other. Obviously, Garrett has a hard time, and I do too. Look, I have my moments where there's no way I could sit there and listen to anything to defend, and your limits too. And so, hi, babe. We're all using my husband's technology. He just got woke up by my daughter because she wanted his Oculus Rift to show his show her girlfriend, and then I'm in his office, all up in his. Everywhere he goes, they're all up in his stuff. But good thing he doesn't care, and he loves us. But yeah, it's just
You got to see this. I got nothing against the U.S. I don't. It may sound that way. I don't. But
well, you better not have a big problem.
But there's a grown man, and we were in another chat thing or something. And he said a cross border, right, like conversion of money and things. And I said, half the problem is everything's dealt with in the U.S. dollar. And he comes up, well, of course. And I said, anything can change. And that's not going to change. Well, the U.S. is not the world. Get used to it. No country is.
What? Shut up, Black Watch. Make me come through there and smack you.
We can joke, but I mean, a lot of the younger ones think that way.
We are the ones who make a better life, so let's start living. There's a choice we're making. Sing it with me.
Just remember, nobody likes Canadians, and everybody is from America. That's where we need to be.
What do you mean nobody likes Canadians?
I was joking. Come on, people.
Oh.
Laugh about that.
I was going to say, I have a lot of Canadians here.
I had a problem with Canadians after I got off a cruise.
I don't like Canadians because they hoard all the maple syrup.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that a
They won hockey against us.
Where are you going?
Whole time. On the cruise. They're like, we kicked your ass.
You got my ashtray over and we got issues.
What?
It was kind of funny though.
I'm sorry, I'm talking to my cat. I told him if you knocked my ashtray over, we were going to have issues.
Oh.
I think it was pretty good though that United States beat Canada in hockey again this year. Sorry, Canada.
What? Well, the
Yeah.
year I went on a cruise.
Learn how to play hockey. I don't know what you guys are doing up there, but you're gonna have to practice a little more. So.
They kick ass in hockey. You'll be eating those.
Yeah, they are. They do, but
They they kick.
Bonnie, it's time for Garrett to go backstage again.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I'll leave. It's cool.
No.
I don't care about hockey. I could care less about hockey.
I don't give a damn about hockey. I didn't even watch a game. I was just making that up, actually.
Blackwatch is in the mood tonight. You're a little ornery, huh? You need a nap, Blackwatch.
Since they took the 16th of the NHL and expanded to 12, I don't watch it. They polluted the NHL when they expanded it. All about money.
I don't watch any of that.
All I'm saying is don't worry about global warming. Don't worry about the greenhouse effect. Don't worry about anything. Let's worry about the California bill where you can kill a baby 7 days later after birth. That's what we need to be talking about, not anything else.
Yeah, we did talk about it. And we talked about all of it. New topic. We need a new topic.
You know what I really worry about, Garrett? The woman next door did not accept my invitation for a date. That's my biggest worry.
Oh, did you get
Who'd
rejected?
you offer a date to?
Wait
a minute. Who'd you offer a date to?
Pardon me. I was out the kitchen.
Was it Crystal?
What'd you ask her for? Coffee, dinner.
I can give you a lot of jokes from here.
We're
You give us names, we can help you out. We got to have names to help you out.
No, we can't do names.
Maybe.
Did I tell the story here, Bonnie, where I had to take the census in here? I think I did because Chuck said something. That was funny.
I think Bonnie fell asleep.
No, I didn't fall asleep. I'm reading chat.
She's trying to find her button.
Thank you for coming, Time. Good night. God bless you.
You know, one thing we should never lose sight of. We got a very, very long shared border that has never been guarded since day one. You know, so.
Yep.
And yet nobody's going back and forth across it. Isn't that amazing?
You know who Laura Secord was? You have any idea in history? Just curious. The War of 1812, she was found in a river on the bank in the mud, almost dead. The Iroquois Indians found her and she said, "Take me to Fitzgibbon." Of course she did. She had the plans for the American invasion of 1812. You know more about your history than you know, at least I do, about yours. And who won the War of 1812, Garrett?
Honestly, you know, it's kind of a toss-up because really all it did was take out the Native Americans, you know, the Indians that were here before us. I'd honestly say Canada probably came out ahead of that situation.
No, there isn't. Well, there's no Canada. You're right. Nobody wanted here, but the British said the American ships are not going to go where they want in the Atlantic. You won that. That's all 1812 was about.
Yeah, it was just bashing the Native Americans. There was no winner of that war.
Not really. You guys came up to Ottawa, burned down the Parliament building. So we said, "Oh hell, we're going to give it back to them." Went down to Philadelphia and burned yours down. That's about it.
In 1812, there was not apartment buildings in Canada or here.
This is true. Is this got to do with the woman next door? I don't know. I've never lived in an apartment, Bonnie, and I'm in here for the last 6 years, and it's hell to me.
Oh,
Can't do it.
I'm sorry. And I don't really care for apartments, but
Well,
I did them.
I did for 8 months one time. It was okay, but not here. I didn't want to come here. But anyway. But that was 1812. Even Obama made a joke out of it in, I think it was when he came to Ottawa. He also did a press conference when he was stepping down. That was fun. That was funny. You haven't seen it.
He also said there was 57 states in the United States. So, you know, we don't really listen to what he has to say.
He also said he was a born American. Haha.
And
Did
then
you
he
know
said,
that? Go ahead.
There's no North American born Canadian or Americans. We kicked all the Indians out to take it over.
Did you guys know if you go look at the map go look at Africa, a map, and zoom in on it, there is actually in Yemen, where he's from, from Kenya, because he was
Yeah.
born in Kenya, there is actually a Hawaii, Kenya. It's a major city in Kenya. So all this talk of him, oh, he was born in Hawaii, which was 2 years before it was a United States. He was born in Hawaii, Kenya. So he should have never been in there.
Nope.
well, so stupid. We don't,
Oh,
we don't
look
pay
at
attention
Hills
to everything.
Up.
Why? I don't want to look at her. Don't make me.
No.
Don't make
She can't be president because the fact that her mom and them are on something like that where it's in you can't be
Not just
president. I can't explain it. I know it in my head, but I can't explain
You're
it.
supposed to be a natural born citizen in order to be president. And
Yeah.
actually, his dad was from Kenya and his mom was from Topeka, Kansas. Unfortunately, don't hold that against me. But
I
that
was
was
talking about
that
Hills
was the
Up.
supposedly thing.
Oh, well.
Night, Scotty.
My Scott.
Guys, it's been 5 hours.
I know. I'm hanging with you because I'm just working on the computer, and I thought, well, Bonnie's still talking, so I'll hang.
You can go
Tired
over
yet?
Do you
I
want
know.
rescue?
Yeah, rescues. Yeah, he's on at
Yeah,
midnight, isn't he?
he comes on at 3.
Deanna, were you on your phone at first?
I'm on my phone. I'm still on my phone.
Well, my phone's over
Yeah.
here. You haven't called yet.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was calling.
Deanna's a California girl. She doesn't call anybody.
She's a
That's
South Side
not
girl. You better watch her. She's a South Side girl first.
She's a
That's not true. I
California
make
girl.
phone.
California
I call
girls
people.
only receive calls. They don't make
I'm
calls.
not California. If you call me that again, I'm gonna get mad at you.
This is where Garrett starts shoveling. He's going to keep moving from here on.
You know I.
No,
Come on,
right now
Gary.
he's digging the grave. He's digging his grave.
Now, awesome.
There's nothing wrong with California
He
girls.
knows I think it's fun.
California girls are dreaming.
Oh yeah, there is.
Whatever.
And the boys are
California
worse.
dreaming.
The soy boys are worse than the girls. So please.
Yeah, the soy boys. Have you seen me? I'm covered in hair from head to toe, and I'm fat, and I love beef. I'm not a soy boy.
My
promise.
cousin is a soy boy from Minnesota, but he's a soy boy.
Yeah, that's
Man,
pretty
bun,
cool.
skinny
Canada.
jeans,
Don't worry
big
about that.
head. But he's a badass. He's an engineer. He's a good
But the
guy.
California girls, you got to worry about the California girls because they don't make phone calls; they just receive them.
Garrett, no matter what they're paying you for this rematch, it's not worth it. It's going to turn out the same way as the last fight.
Wait a minute, you can get paid
Still,
for this?
Bonnie haven't called you. Maybe Bonnie and I. We've just yesterday. Bonnie and I and Crystal and I've talked on the phone. I've called her 2 or 3 times or in message.
So you called your girlfriends. You didn't call
Last time I
anybody.
talked to you, Deanna, we couldn't really talk because you couldn't hear me.
Oh, yeah. My husband gets mad when I call him. He don't like that too much, so I don't do it.
Okay.
Oh.
Blackwatch, are you saying I can get paid for this?
No, I didn't get paid for the pre-shows on the tech channel. He still owes me about $5,000, so you're out of luck, bud.
Damn it. All right. Well, that's the way it goes, I guess.
Yeah, you tell me about it. Did that for 2 years. He still owes me about 5,000.
Mhm.
No, that ain't happening. Literally, I'm serious. I don't bother with it. You got 15 people watching. You know, nobody comments. So I
Yeah.
started to play with them. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm owed money. It's just money. Yeah.
No, there's no contract. It was just joking. You know.
Yeah, I understand.
All right. Well,
Okay,
hey, I'll end it. I'll end it. Good night, Bonnie. Good night, Deanna. Good night, Crystal. Good night, Black Watch.
Good night,
Chad.
Yeah. Good night, everyone. I love
Love you
y'all.
guys. Everybody, keep your
Night,
powder dry.
Garrett.
Just keep
Love y'all.
keep watching out for everything. Keep
Night,
looking for
Sis. I
stuff.
love you.
Deanna, quit calling people's phone numbers late at night. You'll be fine.
Shut up. Get out of here. Get
Night,
out of here.
Crystal.
You call me
Good night.
Californian. You can't insult me worse than that.
They just have their
No, I am
phone.
wearing my public sweatshirt.
Yeah, that's kind of that's
Whatever.
an oxymoron, isn't it? Your shirt is an
I
oxymoron.
know, but I'm not a Californian. I'm just saying I live here. Okay, there's a difference, you know. You could take the girl out the city, but I'll come kick your ass because you know where I'm from.
Yeah, because you can't take the California out the girl away. That's what you're saying.
The Chicago, the South
David,
Side.
what are you doing awake?
You know, Garrett, an oxymoron is no more than 8 dumb guys standing in a group.
Exactly. And the seventh one is the one you got to watch out for.
David is still up. You were supposed to be sleeping.
Yes, he's still up.
It's like now I can go to bed. Oh, love you, David N. Good to see you. Lisa, love you. Pray that storm don't hurt you, honey. Pray
Oh,
that
yeah, there's some
better
bad
monkey
storms going
tonight.
around.
To use Scotty, Linda. 5 hours, Bonnie. Bravo.
Watch that,
I'll count
Garrett.
for you. I love you.
It's
Bye, y'all.
getting to be a nightly thing. Good night, Dee.
Watch it, Garrett. That I love you, dear, is like the woman standing there with a knife between her teeth, glaring at you, saying, I love you.
Have you ever seen me run into the woods and hide? No, seriously. Have you ever seen me run into the woods and hide?
I don't want to see that. I haven't seen
No,
it.
I'm just asking. Have you ever seen me run into the woods and hide?
Yeah, I saw it with your butt sticking out of a beaver dam. Yeah, you did.
I've never been by a beaver dam. It's a serious question. Have you ever seen me run into the woods and hide?
Time for backstage, Bonnie.
That would be a no.
Hit the button.
Guess what? You never will.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for joining us. Love y'all. God bless you. Stay safe.
Keep your
Keep
powder
up the prayers.
Good night.
Thank you, Fundy Kino. Can't even talk anymore. I'm Dean Kino.